now. I don't want to see a jack or a six.
Oh!
Jeez.
Ladies and gentlemen, on Wednesday we announced a £1 million prize pool for the second year running at Goliath. We can now announce that there are 10,585 runners currently, meaning it's the biggest tournament we have ever held in Great Britain and anywhere else outside of Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now part of history! The Goliath is the biggest it has ever been, and people are still buying it. Welcome everybody!
Huge three-way all in. Ace, kings and clubs and queens full on the end.
There's the shout in the stream. There is the shout in the stream. Let's go, he says.
to 40.
We can hear Geordie Mike. Oh yes we can. That means start of day 2 for the high roller. Good afternoon everybody. Welcome along. Sleep well young man?
Not too bad at all, mate.
Good
Thank
lad.
you. Not too bad at all.
Good lad. Good lad. Enjoyed yesterday? I mean it was great wasn't it?
Oh, honestly, really, really great FT. Really great FT. I thought complete variance in styles, in the way that the guys approach the game, and super pleased for Rob to get the title
absolutely
done. Nice guy.
The trophy meant a lot.
Yeah. Really, really well played from Danny as well to get into second. Just from first all the way down to ninth, there was some really impressive play on show and really entertaining one. Went on for a while. We got some good value out of it. Yeah, all good.
Only 2 things on. So as you can see there, that camera's acting up again, and we get it sorted instantly. Jules Janju, chip leader 586, Hamza Nazir, Dale Wilson 404. Down at the bottom, Antoine Labatt 110,000. He started with 100,000, so he just managed to win the blinds.
Well, yeah.
Nicked the blinds the last 2 hands, and that was it. Keith Johnson, some notables there. Adria still there as well, and Marta.
Yeah, really nice field this for today. It's
Yeah,
going to be a good one. A few day 2 entries as well.
Good afternoon, everybody. Early in the chat. Afternoon, Gary McGaffney. Afternoon, Damien Dar. Let's do it. High roller down to a champion. 25 down to a winner. And we'll get the prizes sorted out very, very soon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Not quite as sunny yet
No, it
in
wasn't.
Leeds as it was yesterday.
It wasn't.
When we had the stroll over for the 5 o'clock start, it was glorious sunshine in Leeds yesterday. We've got a little bit of the northern grit in the air today, should we say. A little bit of cloud, a little bit of chill, but I think it's going to warm up a little bit as the day goes on. And we have got a cracker of a high roller day 2 field to cover.
Instantly all in as well from Richard in seat number 7. Richard Hare. In seat number 8, sorry. then Lucas.
Yeah, I don't think Lucas is going to call this one out.
There's a day 2 buying. Does not. Afternoon all, afternoon Kev. How are we doing, pal? Well, things are good. Any news on satellites on Goliath? Assuming they will do size. There's plenty of running on PokerStars every day. Grosvenor have been running their Las Vegas packages, and they did the Irish Open packages as well. So I'm hoping that Goliath satellites will start on Grosvenor very soon. But there are plenty on PokerStars to get your teeth into. And we'll give you updates on that on a regular basis regarding satellites. Having stars involved can only be a good thing. They did wonders at the Irish Open, sponsored by PokerStars and Paddy Power.
Yeah, and
it does work.
I think it's a credit to everybody that's put the Goliath into the position that it is now, that it's attracted the attention of ultimately a colossus in the industry. And
yeah, absolutely.
to be able to take that support on board and further grow the event can only be good for the future of the Goliath. And
absolutely. They go on, it get bigger and bigger. Afternoon. Razor Kev says, afternoon all, who won the turbo and do I have to have my trophy back? Still sleeping with it, you know.
is it?
12 months later, still sleeping with it.
I'm not surprised. I reckon it's got pride of place in the bar.
Absolutely.
It has to have pride of place
in
in
the
the
Razor
bar.
Kev arms.
Yeah, Razor Kev arms.
Joseph Booth won the turbo and he got his own trophy. So you're all right, Kev. You're all right.
Keep it for another year, mate. Keep it for another year. Well, this one we are going to see a showdown on. Camera just collecting its thoughts. Nixon going to prepare for a turn and river here. Adria deciding to call Lucas's all in with the Jack 5 of spades after flopping a flush draw with pocket jacks.
Do we get there?
Well, couple more outs.
Yeah.
Fives working as well now.
Red 5s or spades?
5-5 would be mad.
Oh, you've only got a goal in.
So sorry, Adrian.
5-5 would be mad. It was mad.
What a start to the day.
Yeah. How we doing, Gail? This is Sam. Jay on his way in tomorrow. I think he flew back yesterday, didn't he? Today off to wash the smalls, and then he will be in Leeds Friday, Saturday and Sunday. We've got Sam Orledge in the chat box in the comms for yesterday and today, as Jay was making his way back from Cyprus, Nilpois, and all that malarkey.
Yeah, he did a brilliant job out there, Gail, and everyone's looking forward to having him back tomorrow. Be ready and refreshed after a day off today.
Indeed.
Hopefully ready to bring you some
Indeed.
elite
Well done to
over
Tim
the
Chung.
weekend. Yeah, massive congratulations to Tim.
Well, it's 630,000. Very nice indeed. Chopping it 3 ways. Gary McGaffney says Hill Street in Birmingham have announced a Vegas mega draw on Sunday the 1st of June.
Yeah.
All you do is play a comp or 2 hours cash and you will get a ticket. 6 tickets will be picked, each receiving a 5,000 Vegas package. Wow, that's some draw.
Do a little bit of digging into that. That could be
That sounds fantastic.
pretty crazy.
All you do is play a comp or 2 hours cash and you will get a ticket. I might go myself. Well, all the way back up.
Yeah. That's pretty crazy.
Wow, that's fantastic. Well done, Hill Street. I hope that information's right from Gary McGaffney. Because if it's not, you'll be paying for the $5,000 tickets, let me tell you.
Yeah. Is that right, Gary? That's if that is right, that's spot on.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got a hand here tower as well.
Yeah, Adria in the big with ace jack suited after a raise from Richard in 8, and then man shoves the 7s,
Yeah.
and Richard's just going to say, yeah, I'm in. Here we go. Thank you very much. Turns over the kings.
Yeah, and day 2 buy-in, Richard got a Good opportunity here to get straight at it.
Manley, C2, needs help. Looking like he's all in. They will definitely check the stats because they're very close.
4-1 Dogman to try and double here, or it's going to be early showers on day 2.
Is it?
Well,
Ace, 4,
as you
8,
say,
all
Tower,
diamonds.
there's always an ace,
There
but
is.
on this occasion, not for man.
Any running chops?
Just a couple. Wow,
Ah.
there we go.
Dead on the turn.
Dead on the turn. So we are going to lose Manley.
Unlucky Manley, busting out first on the feature. They are just checking the stack. And Gary McGaffney says if you can't go and you win it and you get a ticket, if you get a ticket and you get pulled out and you can't go, you get 3,000 cash instead. That's a great promotion.
Yeah, that sounds excellent.
Thanks for the information, Gary. Afternoon, Mr. Legend himself, Mr. Gary Miliotti. How we doing, Gary? Lovely to see you down in Luton with the bro. Hope things are well. Not too long till Goliath now, July 24th. We're down there, I think it's 26th on the Friday, setting up. The Miliotis. Yeah. Just be careful of the Miliotis. Ricky with ace queen. There's some big hands coming out early stages today.
There are. Absolutely.
Queen
are.
10 for Lucas. Could see a flop. So he does say call. Which will probably bring in the big blind to defend. And see a flop. No. Decides against it. After the gun raise.
Yeah, so pretty perfect result for Lucas here, getting heads up in position after just calling the Queen 10 of spades, King 9, 3, 2 clubs. Ace of clubs working for Ricky.
See bet hand over. Well, maybe not. Going to go shot.
I imagine C-bet over from what we've seen so far. I think you're right the first time there, Tower. Just from what we've seen so far, can't really proceed.
Indeed. So down to 24, a couple of players coming in. Only the chip leader, Jun Schwandu, and you Zhao Yin with the glasses. Borrowed them glasses off Tim Chung, hasn't he?
Well, I hope he hasn't borrowed them off Vicky after last night.
One of these kings, what are they?
Yeah. Afternoon, Ravi. How you doing? Mr. Chef on YouTube. Yeah, John Shan, great watch. Good player. We're looking forward to seeing him.
Yeah, afternoon, Ravi. Hope things are well. Where's Ravi in the world? Cyprus, Monte Carlo, Leeds.
Yesterday when we asked this question, we got what, a front room or something. Who was it we asked yesterday? No, we had the global. We had everybody around yesterday. We had California, Orlando, Bangladesh. We had the lot.
It should be an interesting watch. He's in Gran Canaria.
Gran Canaria.
Yeah, getting a bit of sunshine, are you? How are the locals regarding the tourism in Gran Canaria? Lanzarote don't like it anymore, tourism. And now they do Tenerife, apparently. Lanzarote is the worst, apparently. Don't know why you wouldn't like tourism on an island when it's sun shining and there's bars everywhere.
Yeah, that brings money into your
That brings money into your economy.
Yeah.
Don't blame the tourists.
Who knows? Anyway. So clubs, diamonds and spades in holdings and hearts on board. 10-7-3. Two-tone. Asia with top pair. I think Keith will do a decent amount of checking on what is going to connect reasonably well. Big blind defend range, button calling range as well. Adria just going to come in for some protection. Try and thin out. Ricky drops the Queen 8 off, and I don't think we're going to see any resistance from Keith on this occasion. 6-day poker detox with your dad. Have a great time, Ravi.
I like it a lot. Enjoy.
So the benchmark has been set at Gran Canaria. How much further away from Leeds can we get in terms of viewership over the course of the day? That's the challenge. We've got quite a bit going on over the course of the weekend.
Plenty.
In the club. We'll get the schedule up shortly. We'll show you what the team are covering from a card room direct perspective.
Yes, rest of the festival from Leeds as we head on to the Thursday.
And we had a quick tour of the Grosvenor Poker Live app this morning. There are some comps around the estate that you might want to get involved in as well. So we'll bring those over the course of the day. Let you know what's going on in your local areas. If you're planning on getting out to a Grosvenor card room tonight, do let us know.
Lord says, but I'm closest.
Yeah.
I'm 5-minute walk away.
That's probably pretty
That
close.
probably wins.
Fair, Lords, yeah.
That will probably win. Oh, nice hoodie. Nice hoodie, the Irish Open hoodie. Walk to read new top.
That's a day two by and Richard, who we saw spin up and knock out Man Lee with the kings against sevens. Opening up the ace-5, just starting to build and just you can see how it's done there. Richard Hare already up to 43 blinds and in a nice position to try and make a run at day two. We had 18 go through from day one.
We did.
I think the field was topped up to 25 today, and Man Lee the only bust out so far.
Yeah, on the feature. So the rest of Leeds looking like this. We're on Thursday the 15th of May. What happened on 15th of May in years gone by? Seems like a bit of a non-day. 15th of May. Don't know why. Yeah. Anyway, today is High Roller Day 2, main event day 1 starting in an hour. The cash out satellite later at 7. And then Friday is all about the main event with 2 flights and the cash out satellite. Saturday has got the cup and Sunday's got the cup day 2. Final of the main, then we've got the seniors, the PLO and the final closer, and we have an online closer on May the 19th, which is Monday, finishing on Tuesday.
Nice.
Plenty going on.
Chip leader Junjan with that column of white 25k chips. Chip colours and denominations in play at the minute. We have the green 1Ks, the red 5Ks and the white 25Ks. And Lucas going to raise fold the ace jack there. So chip distribution on screen. 100 bigs for Junjan Du.
Good state to be in.
What a spot to be in, yeah. Good state.
Afternoon call.
Sure.
Obi, where has the sunshine gone? Where has the sunshine gone? It's a very cloudy and overcast day in Leeds. Oh, Tim Buckley not on his way, having in and out of hospital. Get yourself well, Tim, and hope to see you soon. And Troublemaker says, I know that guy next to the tower. Trying to teach us all a thing or two.
Oh yeah, I've heard of this Troublemaker fella. Last seen swanning around Southern Asia, crushing crushing a few comps around there. How we doing, Morton? Hope you're well.
Very nice indeed. There's plenty going on in Asia as well, isn't
Honestly,
there? Like Vietnam, Cambodia and all those places. They're very popular.
Yeah.
Afternoon, Gareth. That's Portsmouth.
Yeah, how you doing, Mr. Wright?
Summerfest on its way in June.
Summerfest is on its way in June. It's going to be a really good one.
Here's 7 for Adria. Looking forward to visiting the UK next month. Come and see us in Reading. Oh no, that's end of this month. We've got Portsmouth and Edinburgh.
You're doing Goliath right, Morton, I think. I think we established that.
Good.
Lovely, lovely guy. Looking forward to catching up, buddy. Been too long. So Adria, A7 of clubs from +2. Yuju defending the King 6, flopping best on King 10-4. I think at this depth, probably going to see a call. Spades on the turn.
Bringing all kind of draws.
Yeah, things starting to get a little bit dicey now with usually I think this is probably one we're going to see Adria do some controlling on.
And the 4th spade.
Well,
if this is a check, it should be a bet.
I don't think this is going to be anything other than check.
No.
Kind of sucks as Adria. And to be fair, it's not going to be too much spade in there. I wonder if Adria does think about trying to fold out some non-spade 10x or 4x that we obviously lose to. Wouldn't necessarily be opposed to that. Yeah, I like it, sir.
Just a 1 chip. Half pot, 25k.
And it's more just in recognition from Adria's perspective that once checked 2, 3 times here, we're only really at the bottom end of spades, if anything, in our flush combos. Usually going to mull this one over. Players have time bank cards behind their stacks, so the iPad in front of Nixon counts down 30 seconds. Every time that runs through, time bank automatically deducted from their collection.
What a call.
Yeah, nice call,
What
sir.
a call. That is an absolute cracker. And he's just tabled the king. What a good call that is. I can't even find that at all.
Yeah, that's really tidy. That's really tiny. Adrian looks surprised he found that call, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
There's the eyebrows raised.
Yeah, that is a great call. Early stages, high roller, 24 out of 58. Playing it down to a champ sometime tonight.
So hopefully have some news of some of the upcoming schedules around the estate over the course of the day.
Plenty going on.
There is plenty going on. Plenty going on in and around Leeds today. Obviously we've got day 2 of the high roller. We've got the day 1A of the £200,000 guaranteed main event here in Leeds as well. And as there was one yesterday evening, not only is there one tonight as well, but again tomorrow, another 10-seat cash out satellite on the agenda. So 30 seats given out through those.
Love it.
In the last couple
Quite
of
busy
days.
that last night, in the end.
Yeah, 10 seats picked up. Exactly 10 seats picked up. Marcin middle.
Marcin. Marcin mild.
Marcin mild. Middle. Marcin middle. Marcin mild. Andrei Sidorsky. Mohamed Mahmoud. Quat Law. Matt Archer and Phil Tate.
Phil Tate, there's no wonder he was smiling at us at the end of the night.
Yeah, all getting seats into the main event. £400 buy-in plus juice.
Just run do 100 bigs. Chip leader with the blinds at 3-6. Where's the 25-25s coming up? Let's have the butchers. Couple of those are not on. We've just got very no. I think let's check that. Yeah, Walsall and Manchester. The other two are later in the year, so just Walsall and Manchester for the 25-25 on that one. But the rest of the year, there they are. In June, Coventry, Hill Street. Imagine playing a so.
That's that weekend, isn't it?
If you played the Birmingham 25-50, do you get a ticket into the Vegas schedule?
Didn't they say they're doing the draw on the 1st of June though?
Oh.
I think Gary said they're doing. We're just trying to validate this
I like that though.
promo that Gary's talking about for Hill Street, because if this is spot on, that
Vegas
is
mega draw on Sunday 1st of June.
this
So
is
that's
some
just after.
serious value in
Yes.
in Birmingham.
But they're the 25-50s for the rest of the year. Starting from now, we've got Walsall and Manchester next week.
Yeah,
Plenty going on though.
yeah.
The Vic's back, as you can see. The Vic, the newly refurbed Victoria Casino in London Town.
Yeah, and from a couple of early sneak peeks, let me tell you, that Vic looks absolutely brilliant.
See some of the pictures, it certainly does.
Well, here we go. Junjiang gonna look up Keith's all in from the small blind over the open. Pocket threes against Keith's tens.
Always happy at the tables, Keith.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna see five. We'll start with 3, Nixon.
Yeah.
8, 5, 4. All
Looking
good
good for
so
Keith.
far. 3 of hearts accounted for in the muck already, so just the 1 out twice. Queen of diamonds on the turn.
Just needs to fade. The final 3 in the deck. And Keith Johnson gets a much needed double up to 210.
There it is. 8 of hearts on the end, so double for Keith.
Hey Sean, they just moved it. They just postponed it. They didn't cancel it. They just moved it. I do believe that it's now in June. There we go. 4th till the 8th of June. So they just moved it a couple of weeks. There we go. That is what is on. Merchant City. 4th till the 8th of June. Oh,
That's a massive weekend of 25/50s, that is, isn't it?
see,
You fancy something now? I can see the cogs turning. They're turning slowly, but they are turning.
see, we finished Reading on the 1st.
You know, yesterday,
And then we're not in Portsmouth until
all I
the
would
10th.
say is be careful, because
We're not in
you're
Portsmouth
o-
until the 10th.
You know,
I could do
yesterday
I
should
could
have
do a
been
bullet in Cardiff.
Yeah.
I could do a bullet in Glasgow. I could drop down to Coventry, do a bullet in Coventry.
Right, yeah.
I could do 2,000 miles
You
and a
could,
couple
yeah.
of quid. What do you think? Cardiff or Glasgow?
Yeah, let's have
trying to
the
think.
chat decide. Let the chat
We'll
decide.
have to think.
Let the chat decide. Cardiff or Glasgow for the Towers 25/50 spin up.
Ooh, imagine.
Tomorrow you'll be telling everyone you're going to Manchester. Saturday you'll be in Birmingham.
I'll end up on a golf course, no
You
way.
will. I was going to say, end up a golf course down the road. Yeah, the sun's out, try and drag him off the first tee, that's for sure.
Ann Otter. Afternoon. My next door neighbour growing up was called Lee Otter.
Oh yeah,
He was. In fact, there were four lads there were.
maybe it's late, maybe this is, yeah, maybe
Next
it's
door
your
neighbour, growing up, back in the day, like 70s and 80s. There was Carl, Lee, Roy. Oh, Roy was great. Used to walk very, very quickly out of the house to Greasby Club on an afternoon, and it used to take him 20 minutes to find the key in the door when he come back. It was a good one.
Afternoon, Sean.
Yeah, all depends where the best golf is. You've got a great golf course near where you live, the JCB. Yeah, invite only. That is a golf course.
Adria happy to make up the small blind with 8-5. Richard with 9s in the big. Going to be coming in for a raise here. And Adria just steps out the way. So 58 runners in total, 24 players remaining.
One player departs in the first half an hour on the stream.
Yeah, just under half field.
40-minute levels. Afternoon, Ashley Partridge watching on YouTube. We are all good, thank you very much. We are all good, hope you are too. We will be paying 8. We will be paying 8. So the final table, when we get to 9, will actually be the bubble.
Yeah, that'll be fun. That'll be fun. Official final table will be the official bubble.
Yep. First prize, we'll get it on the screen very soon. But first prize will be £31,570.
Yeah, clean one here for Ricky.
The buy was 1,500.
Looks like he's going to go for a 3-bet, not all in here. And I can only imagine that's with intention to cool off versus further aggression. Lucas now getting that's again, a great price, 2.5 to 1, 9-10 of hearts here from the cut off. He's in our Timex here.
Thought about it, decided against it. Sean says, will we be covering the UKPL in Edinburgh? Yes, we will. There are the dates for the rest of the year for the UKPLs. We've done Portsmouth, fantastic. We've done Newcastle, fantastic.
Yeah.
Next one is Reading in 2 weeks' time for us. And then Edinburgh, 22nd of June we finish.
24th. See you later.
And then Liverpool, brand new one for us again at Albert Dock in Liverpool at Leo's. And then Coventry for the UKPL. There are a couple of other ones in there. Oh, wrong one. There are a couple of other ones in there. The 888 Poker Live in the Vic in September is also in there. So there's plenty going on. But yes, we will be in Edinburgh at the Maybury. Yeah, 10-9 was close. That's why I thought about it.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think this stage for what?
21.
21 bigs, probably too much.
Yeah. It's 3-bet all in from the big blind there. I don't think we're going to be doing particularly well with 10-9.
For like 18 years.
Particularly when you factor in the kind of hands that are going to fall into that 3-bet not all in, you're talking a lot of it's going to be constructed top of range. So when we get 10-9 in there, I don't think it's ever going to be particularly far ahead. Perfectly fine for the cut-off open, of course, but Hamza going to pick that one up with the Queen 8. Chip counts on the screen for you. Junjiang still chip leader of the field. North of 500,000 chips, good for 85 blinds. Minute clock for the main event has joined the high roller clock on the screen to the left of the table. Just on the right hand side there. Main event going to kick off before long. Yeah, 40-minute clock.
Indeed it, winded with 3 minutes.
open the butter. Hams are going to start with the pressure straight away.
Lovely.
Nice response from Ricky there with the ace jack.
And a lovely snap fold, knowing exactly what he's doing.
Yep. Nahum Burrows on Facebook supporting Rich.
See number 8. Good luck, Rich.
Yeah, so it looks like that early inside intel we got from Mr. McGaffney
Yes.
could well be correct, you know. Birmingham Hill Street with a mega Vegas draw on June the 1st. So all you've got to do to qualify to be in this is play a comp, any comp, or 2 hours of cash at Hill Street, and you are in the draw for a 5k package
I love this.
to go to Vegas. That's between now and the 1st of June. There's 6 tickets that will be drawn on the 1st of June.
Yep.
And if you get pulled out, you win a 5k package for Vegas. And if you can't go to Vegas, you
They'll
get
just
a
give you 3 grand in
3k
cash.
cash alternative.
Very nice.
That is exceptional. So
30 grand.
yeah, fair play to Hill Street.
Well done, Hill Street.
Yeah.
Well done, Hill Street. I love this.
So we are picking through the app today, just having a look at some of the value going around. But that is some announcement from Birmingham.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So good.
We'll have a look at all of the. I think we'll have a look at later on. We'll go around and see who got
What's-
tickets in satellites last night. We'll have a look at that in a bit. Do some digging on that.
I want to know what the comp is in Birmingham tonight. Don't we need
God,
to?
demanding you, aren't you? Come on.
Absolutely. 10-eye flop for Keith Johnson, who doubled up to 204. Bottom pair for Yazoo. Use out again. See number 3 with the glasses. Check call from, well, check raise from Yazan, and a call from Keith. 2 of diamonds turn. Doesn't really help anybody unless we've got open ended with a 4-5. Suppose 4-5 is a thing. Out of a big blind. And now, if we're repping it, we're going to fire in. And now Keith is in the tank. Just an instantly rep the 4-5. Definitely a thing out of the big blind. About 39,000, which is quite a chunk out of both players' stack. Just gone a third. And Keith Johnson has applied for pressure and says, I am all in. And that's a snap full. Well played, Keith. What a beaut. You don't have it.
Showing all his experience
I
there,
mean.
Keith. That is for sure.
Very nice, up to 50 bigs.
So,
Blinds up for the first time today. Blinds 4-8.
the postman is back with your
Go on, give us, go on, you give
your
us
information.
I'm
So
just
tonight
showing
in Birmingham.
I'm just showing everybody what they're playing for.
That's fine, you do that.
Go on.
Listen, you ask me a question, I'll give you the answer.
Go on.
Usually how it works. Tonight in
Yeah.
Birmingham, there's a dealer dealt 3k mega stack with an 8 o'clock start. It's a £50 entry. On a 15-minute clock, last week had 61 entries, beat the guarantee by 10%. And with the additional added value of the tickets, who knows? could absolutely knock it out of the park. So one to consider there for your comp tonight.
Like it, and that's what we're playing for here. 31,570 up top, 3,540 when we get into the money, and the bubble will be when we hit the final table. I've got some news. I've got some news.
What's the news, buddy? I tell you, this is like
I'll
big
tell you what.
news this morning, isn't it?
Gary McGaffney gave us the news about Hill Street.
Yeah.
You confirmed it all. I'm going to tell you that Berry New Road are doing exactly the same.
No way.
Manchester Berry New Road are doing the same Vegas draw.
Go on, go on.
What are they doing tonight in Manchester?
Well, I'm
Sam?
delighted you asked.
Oh, right,
Hal,
well,
to be
I had
honest.
no idea you got anything ready.
So
Go on.
don't you worry, I've been doing my homework this morning.
Go on.
That's all right, no worries. So tonight in Manchester, Very New Road, is the Thursday Deep Stack with a £50 entry
Right.
and a 3k guarantee. Almost like
How
in
many chips do you
Birmingham.
get?
That's a great question.
Deep stack.
It's gonna be a big stack, isn't it? We'll find that out for you.
So the Vegas draws are in
50k.
50,000
Start with 500 bigs. Thanks for coming.
Hiya Perry. Why is the prize pool not 100,000? That's because of the NPL takeouts. NPL always comes out of the prize pool. So glad to see Rob D get the over the line last night. Nice one, Roy. Glad you were watching yesterday. Not been involved in the golf chat too much lately. I need to get back into it, Roy. But, you're doing a great job as always.
Yeah, just a word on Rob. It was one of the biggest room receptions we've had
Yes.
for anyone winning a comp ever. I
Yes.
think yesterday when Rob won.
One of the nicest wins there was.
Applause all round. Everybody very happy.
Where's the
for him.
USPGA? The USPGA starting today.
Yep.
In the rain at Quail Hollow.
Quail Hollow.
How many tickets did we have on Rory winning the first one? Must have been a few. We have a lucky 15
Right.
on the 4 majors.
Okay.
Roy sorts it all out. We
Okay.
send him his money.
Yep.
He puts them all on. And there's about 50 of us.
Wow.
So we've all got a lucky 15 on.
Wow.
I think I can't remember our back, but it certainly weren't Rory.
Yeah.
And yeah, we have a good time watching it. But I've not been involved with the guys too much. Getting involved, I used to run the DraftKings and what have you, but
Yeah.
that packed up.
Yeah.
Stopped in the UK for whatever reason. 21.
21
Oh,
tickets.
well done. 21 tickets on Rory. I love this. See, if we get a winner now of the USPGA
Yeah.
for a double,
Yeah.
we're going to be in profit.
Yeah.
Because Rory would have been about 10s.
Yeah. I think it was 8. I think he was 8. Either way. Well, that was at go time, right?
Yeah.
On
Yeah.
day
These
one,
are all pre-tournament. Because
Yeah, yeah,
obviously
of
we've
course,
done
yeah.
all 4, put all 4 on now.
Yeah. You get market movement kind of, the last day before the comp Friday. It's always the way it goes, but. I think it's going to be a weekend for a consistent hitter at Hollows.
I just hope it doesn't rain.
Yeah.
Especially like it did on Tuesday.
Yeah. Was it you saying about Matsuyama with his?
Yeah, he's unbelievable.
Yeah.
You can't practice in that.
No.
What does that achieve? Oh, we got Rory at odds between 6s and 9s.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah, very good.
Well, speaking of 6s, Junjan open hijack here, pocket 6s. Adria just called Queen Jack from the big blind. Adria going to check call 10-8-4 with a gut shot, 2 overs, and pick up some additional equity here on an offsuit king turn without improving to a pair. Junjan now looking like he's going to come for a double barrel here. Just try and fold out. 4x, some hands that can have equity against our 6s. Looks like Adria's going to find the jam here from the being that's going to get it through. That is gangster, that from Adria.
Still on 24.
So if you're just tuning in, welcome one and all. Whether you're watching on YouTube, Twitch or Facebook, let us know whereabouts in the world today you're watching from.
Well, Roy says all the share group bets were each way as well, so we have the same again for the place bets. Should be a sweat in there somewhere. Cheers, Roy. Off to Forest Pines. Very nice indeed. You're not playing golf, are you? Nice golf course, Forest Pines.
Yeah.
Very nice golf course.
Whereabouts is that? Forest Pines.
I think it's like Nottingham Way for Worksop Nottingham Way.
I don't know. Well, if you're just joining us, I'm sure we're going to give you plenty of reminders about it over the course of the day, but some this morning about additional 5k Vegas packages. You check out the Grosvenor Poker Berry New Road and Grosvenor Poker Hill Street sites for information on that.
Tuning in from Cambridge. Not very exotic. How are you both? Cheers, Annette. We're good, thank you. Never been to Cambridge, I don't think.
You ever been to Cambridge?
I don't think I have.
I've been to Cambridge to see the footy. Broken.
I've been to Oxford.
To Oxford
Because
as well.
believe it or not, I went to see Bowling for Soup in Oxford.
Did you?
Yeah.
I saw Bowling for Soup when they were headlining Guildfest.
Yeah.
That was the first music festival I went to. Guildfest, little set up down in Guildford, where I grew up.
Chris Burney's left.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Not too well, old Chris.
yeah, I heard.
Richie Burner lives 1 mile away from Forest Pines. Maybe Roy and Richie can go for a pint.
There you go. Look at that. The stream providing
Well, that's it. Richie was in
networking opportunities.
Richie was in the building last night. Good to see him as always. It's got to be a nice place, hasn't it, Cambridge? Because it's a massive
I think
university,
Cambridge
isn't it?
Really nice, yeah. I like Cambridge. I think I spent more than. I don't think I spent more than a couple of hours in Oxford before, but Cambridge is nice.
How did the Oxford and Cambridge boat race come about?
Oh well.
Did one just say one day, we're better than you? And then they said, no, you're not.
No, there's definitely some kind of story behind this.
Because it's something that's gone on forever.
Well,
I used to love watching it on Grandstand.
I doubt it's been going on forever, ever, but you know.
I used to love watching it on Grandstand, the boat race.
I think it was.
Is it
The
forever?
men's first boat race took place in 1829.
Well, that's forever.
That's well, it's,
That's nearly 200 years.
but they did cheat the system a little bit, as we're about to. Yeah, instigated by old school friends, one from Cambridge, one from Oxford. Oxford won the inaugural event. There was no attempt to organise a rematch until 5 years later.
Whoa.
Talk about bad sportsmanship. That's a sore loser. That is a sore loser.
We won, we're not playing again.
Yeah, you know. Don't invite him to your poker home game, that's for sure. That's a Keith from +2 with the Queen Jack opening up. Hamza in the big blind with Ace King in for a 3-bet.
These are going in the bin.
Yeah, well called, Tower.
There you go.
There you go.
Oxford and Cambridge. It's a tradition that got picked up by TV and everything. It was like a
it used to be-
national day sport
honestly,
for the
growing up,
Saturday afternoon.
100%. Used to have the same level build-up for that as you had for the FA Cup
You
final.
did. Yeah, you did. You did.
Now, I didn't watch this year, but it feels like it's been jammed between the news and the weather or whatever. It's
Yeah,
just-
I know, yeah. On at some silly time nowadays. I know they complained about the state of the Thames, didn't they?
Yeah.
Because they weren't actually going to row it because of the state of the water.
Yeah.
That's how bad the Thames is, apparently. Sean says he saw Bowling for Soup in Manchester, first gig he ever went to.
Yeah.
We were in Manchester working this year, and Bowling for Soup were in Manchester. And we couldn't actually go because a load of people in the same hotel
I
came
remember
in.
you saying. Yeah, I remember you saying. Yeah.
They all came in. Forest Pines is in Scunthorpe. Cheers, Richie. I was thinking when you said you were only a mile away from it that you're a Scunthorpe man.
So Rich Deuce is in the cut-off, going to open this one up. Ricky pulled 6-3 on the button. Hamza 8-5 at diamonds in the small blind. We saw him take a spot early with Queen 5 offsuit in the small blind for a 3-bet against button. So we know he's capable, but not going to elect the 8-5 suited. And I don't think we're going to see Junjan defend the 9-4. So just ticking over nicely. As you can see from the counter in the top right-hand corner, we are down to 22.
Yeah, 20.
Lost a further 2 players in the field.
25th was Manley, as we saw in
Yeah.
the feature. Then we lost Jamie Nixon.
Okay, Mr. Nixon.
Daniel Noja. Daniel Noja busting out. So we're down to 22. Toured with a band called Feeble Wiener. I saw them touring with a band called the Dolly Rots.
Alright.
And they were great.
Yeah.
Really good. And the Dolly Rots have actually just done a very small UK tour. We were with Wheatus this year.
Yeah, Wheatus, yeah. Yeah, I think it was either Friday or Saturday evening in Guildfest. They weren't even on the main stage down there. We had a very good Australian Pink Floyd tribute band.
Oh, cool.
That was good. And then I think we had Ocean Colour Scene after that as well. So that was a good introduction to the music world. So we've got Rich with the Ace King. Going to get this one through with a raise and take. Nice spin for him from the start of the day. Day 2 buy-in.
Very
Up
nice.
to 300k now. Rich hair, 38 blinds. Good for there. Hamza now taking the lead at the table.
Stu Dawson with some bad news. Afternoon, boss. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but you remember Nigel Brampton, who made the Goliath final table? Passed away last night. Oh, Stu. Oh, that's sad news. Nigel Brampton. The story of all stories.
Yeah.
PK missed him off the list. Got to give him a ticket. Won the, what was 16th in Goliath? Oh, that's sad news, Stuart. Condolences to everybody who knew Nigel. It was a great story for us, and we'll always remember him. Thanks for the news, Stu. Not nice news, but
Yeah, thanks for passing that on, Stu. I think that is...
we do always mention him.
Yeah, that is a testament to how it can be done.
Yeah. Indeed.
Live stream watching gets you a ticket.
Yep.
Final
Spin the
table,
wheel.
turn your 5 minutes of viewership into 60, 70 grand.
Oh, sad news.
Yeah. Yeah, condolences to Nigel's friends and family. That's a sad one.
That is indeed.
Ace, Jack, 2, all diamonds. as Ricky raises from the hijack into Keith's big blind, defends with 10-8 of clubs. Ricky going to bet 15,000 and get that one through. Just a few jabs being thrown out by the players in the early stages of day 2. And as the ticker in the top right hand corner confirms, we've lost another one, so we're down to 21. We've lost Guillermo in 21st place. Guillermo Sanchez Otero in 21st. Rich with pocket sixes under the gun. Going to get the raise through on that one. Annette says, forgot to say earlier, she won Katie's weekly ladies game online last night. Congratulations, Annette.
Well done, Annette.
Lovely stuff. Always good to hear.
I didn't know Katie was running ladies games again. Should have told us. Would have loved it. Been busy. She's been in Cyprus. Don't know if she's making her way to Leeds this weekend. Thank you very much, sir. Don't know if she's making her way to Leeds this week, is Katie, but she was in Cyprus for a couple of weeks. Living the dream as always. And we played it, Annette. Start to plug these games. That's what we're here for.
Speaking of plugging games, we had a nice piece of information earlier from Gary about the draws going on in Birmingham and Manchester between now and the 1st of June, which we will cover in more detail in the second session of the day. Plenty of other events going on around the estate. Liverpool tonight, the bigger Thursday special, part of their Tournament League series with a 7.5k guarantee. That's been running for a little while now, the Tournament League in Liverpool. Going to continue to tick over. Anyone up in and around Leo's getting involved there, let us know in the chat. Queen 8-3.
Small bet and a call.
Yeah. Provided the backdrop for some flop action with a bet from Adrian and a call from Rich, and 5 of spades on the turn. Seems a good one for a double barrel as Adria gets some value from 8x, protect against some draws. 3x maybe as well. Some worse Queen X in there from the big blind. Wouldn't necessarily be surprised to see Rich take a card here as well. So heads up to a river. If we're aware enough that Adria's going to have this Queen X in search of value, then I think we can find a raise here quite comfortably. We've almost certainly always got the best hand here. Against this sizing as well.
The back door flush is really cool.
raise it is. Yeah, like it. Nice find, Rich. Nice find.
Very nice indeed. Raises to 85.
Yeah, and against this sizing on the raise, I think Adria is obviously going to be deeply dissatisfied facing this. I think we were pretty confident we had the best hand as played. I think it's difficult for us to be up against a bluff here against this kind of sizing. There are missed diamond draws that brick out if there are bluffs in there. Backdoor spades gets there, of course. Something to consider, but does decide to pay it off and get shown.
Yeah.
You say
Bad news.
shake of the head, and well done, Rich, for finding that raise on the river. Rich Hare up to 57 blinds, 454,000 chips.
We're down to 20 as Keith Littlewood busting out, meaning we're on 20. 8 get the money, so the FT will be the bubble.
Just gonna let that one go. Just gonna let that one go. Ricky with the king 5 gonna pick that up. So some tight distribution in the top 3 stacks at our feature table. Yuju Yin 7.9 blinds going to be looking to get after it and find the double before long. We've got 14 minutes remaining in level 2. With the blinds at 4,000, 8,000, with an 8,000 big blind ante.
Left. 13 minutes of the every session is 2 hours long.
When we get back in this, I tell you what, we've done a bit of the Midlands and the North in this session. In the second session, we'll go down south. Right, we'll have a look at what's going on down south in a bit. South in just while we little teaser from down south.
Go on.
Our 100k link comp between Pompey and Reading last night had a Saturday in Portsmouth for guaranteed 6 seats. Got 10 seats, didn't it?
10 seats.
Got 10 seats in Pompey last
Beautiful.
night for the link.
Well done, Pompey.
Play up the team down in Pompey.
Play up, Pompey, play up.
Right, so Keith from +1 here, King 9 of hearts coming in for an open. Ricky with the flat on the button with King 6 of spades. Not too sure about this, but we're going to get to play in position. Keith in a great spot at the moment. 64% favourite. Heads up to the flop. Well, ace, 6 deuce, 2 clubs. I expect with holding here we're going to see Keith start with a bet, but decides to check it on over. Ricky going to check back middle pair. Seven of spades turn. Ricky can certainly have some ace-x that checks back. I think Keith will certainly be expecting the call-in range on the button to be stronger than king-6 here. So you can understand why, after checking flop, we elect to check turn again. I expect now against this, we're just going to be done with it as Keith. Does drop it off into the bin. Questions yesterday when we were covering day 3 of the mini about Goliath satellites. Touched on it earlier about Stars is supporting this year's comp. So we had a 5-seat guarantee on Stars last night. They pick up again, really ramping up from this Sunday. 30-seater on Sunday.
30 seats.
Yeah, and then
Beautiful.
Monday to Friday next week, another 36 seats given out across 3 days. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 12 seats guaranteed on each night. You know, every year it's the same sort of how does it get bigger, how does it get bigger? It just gets bigger.
Yeah.
It just gets to that point where we're going to be at the start of August. You just have that look at each other when the team have been covering the long day ones, and they can be really long day ones. So Jay and Tower going through that, and PK running around plugging holes, Mikey doing the action tracking.
Yeah.
You get through to the back end of the week and you just look at them and it's just like that appreciative nod of, you know, oh, we feel your pain, buddy, we feel your pain. But yeah, Card Room Direct's going to be here for the rest of Leeds, then at Reading for the AAA, Portsmouth Summerfest and Edinburgh shortly on the calendar. Junjan here with first open spot since we saw him get in that hand earlier with pocket 3s against Keith's pocket 10s. Ace-5 of hearts on the button, certainly coming in for an open here. Usual out the way. Keith, King-8 offsuit from the big blind. Gonna come in for a defend. So heads up to the flop.
Flop time. Here we go. Keith will stack up with 200k. Zunschwan was chip leader. 9-9 flop, 9-7-6 wrapped around it is Keith.
Yeah, wouldn't be too surprised to see Junjan start with a check here. Board is going to connect pretty well with a big blind defend range. As we can see, Keith's wrapped around this third of 3 of diamonds on the turn. Keith decides to find a lead here. But Oxford check. Jan here might decide that with ace high we're happy to get to some rivers and take showdown. Does decide to check back.
Queen of clubs turn.
Checks back.
Lose one. Yeah, these are chips. He's back down to 25 bigs. Moves out in on 5 big blinds. Scrolling across the bottom, the prizes. 8 getting paid, 20 players left.
Hand number 34 of the morning session. Hamza going to be given the opportunity to open from the hijack with ace 10. Usually here, 5 blinds. And Queen 10 offsuit on the button, decides to wait for a better spot. Adria with ace deuce offsuit in the big, and 88k behind. I think we're going to see him wait for a better spot here. Oh, but no, there we go, decides to take it. It's all in from the big blind with ace deuce. Hamza asks for a count.
Will he find? Will he find it?
I think he will, Tower, yeah. Does decide to make the call. So, Hamza in great shape, 67% favourite. And this game can swing pretty dramatically. Bar that ace on the river in the hand against Rich. Adria would have been sat a pretty handsome stack. As it is, we're all in and behind. We're going to see 5, we'll start with 3. Ace, 4, jack. 2 diamonds.
Need the deuce, 4 to chop.
Yes, opportunities.
Now a 9, obviously.
Yeah, so 9 outs once for Adria, or we're going to be down to 19.
Oh, former champ of the high roller, Adria, busted out. Time banks in the middle. Gone. Adria, busting out the high roller, will jump into the main event, I am sure.
Yeah. Slightly frustrating one to bust in that manner as Adria, but so Hamza gonna get after Rich's big blind here with the 8-9 of spades from +1. A couple of seats which will no doubt be filled on the feature before long. Meaning that at the minute we are 6-handed, so a little bit of adjustment in our ranges from when we're playing 8-handed. around to Rich in the small blind. Queen 9. Good enough to get after some action here. Decides to make up the big blind, and with Ricky, 6-3 of diamonds in the big blind, gonna check and take this one to the streets. Ten, 7, 4, 2 hearts. I think we'll probably see Rich check here, and I'd quite like to see Ricky start to get after this one. Does opt to check back. Well, 8 of diamonds there on the turn. Improves Rich to up and down gut shot. Up and down jack for the nuts. Ricky with a gut shot to a 5 or a 9.
Double gutty.
Yeah.
Down the call for Ricky, sat in C9. So 19 left in the high roller at the 58.
Blinds up again on day 2 now, so blind level increasing to 5k, 10k with a 10k big blind ante, so 25k in there every hand to fight for. Usually hijack, not going to take 6-7. Keith, however, ace jack in the cutoff, gonna get after it. Comes in for an open. 19.5. Blinds, makes it 20k. Hamza gonna defend the big blind with 10-9. Heads up to the flop.
9 jack queen all diamonds.
Yes.
Ooh,
Nice
10
one
of
for
diamonds for
Hamza,
Hamza as well.
Nice
That's
one
the
for Hamza.
beauty.
A bucket load of equity for Hamza here. Bottom pair and flush draw. Up and down straight flush draw. Typically going to be Keith's board, so completely understandable that we're finding a c-bet here. Just north of 1 BB and a call from Hamza.
Does he manage to hit anything of all the multitude of cards? Well, the 5 of hearts.
An absolute corridor of outs along the top of the screen
It's
for
not one of
Hamza,
them.
but the 5 of hearts doesn't quite fit in that line. And, another barrel here from Keith. You can certainly get some value from diamond draws, 9x. Any 10x that's in there, they're not going to be folding the flop to a single bet. Doesn't really see too much to be worried about. And looks like Hamza's just going to set him in, and now Keith is in a spot.
He is in a bit of a spot here with middle or second pair. No redraws with the diamonds.
Yeah, no diamond, an important factor here.
Obviously, the ace of diamonds would have kept him involved.
It does decide to fold, so Hamza getting the semi-bluff through. Near enough a pure equity flip there on that turn card. I think it was 48% for Hamza. So Keith deciding he's going to try and find a better spot.
$18 left. There will be a table redraw at 16.
Okay.
Whenever that will be.
So Yushu deciding to take the Queen 9 from under the gun and has run into it. Hamza in the small blind has Ace King.
So Queen now for Yu Zhao Yin. Can he hit? Well, he's hit the 9, but unfortunately Hamza's hit the ace. So same scenario, still a 9 or a queen needed. And when they haven't got jacks, so a 9, a jack or a queen to survive. And it's not, it's right down the other end, it's the 4 of spades. The time bank's going again. Yu Zhao Yin busting out. We've also lost Mo Kearney.
Mo out as well.
Mo out as well. No, that leaves us now at 17. "17 players left. When we lose one more, we'll be on a 2-table redraw. So 17 from 58, redrawn at 16.
So Ricky opening the cut off. Keith with a clean one here in the big blind. Ace King for 11.5. Gonna get the 3-bet through. So Hamza with 72 blinds now, 5-handed at the feature at the minute as we close in on this 2-table redraw. Keith Johnson with 16 blinds in 5th place at the moment, picking up a couple of extra from that last hand.
Then still we need to make sure that it's finished by 5 because you guys have
So Ricky here under the gun. With Ace Jack. 18 lines for him. Jan with the ladies on the button. Gonna find the 3-bet here to 53k, and Keith with ace jack in the small blind. Wonder if Keith decides to take this one. No, wisely gets out the way.
Out of the way for Keith, round to Ricky in seat number 9. He says, I'm all in. Sees the bad news, he taps the table. John Schwan probably getting a lot of the chips back as he started the day as leader. Queens for seat number 2. Ricky in 9 with the ace jack. It's a 7-3-3 flop, needing an ace. Running jacks. Not there. An ace from space. Oh, we are down to the redraw. And it's a 4. We are down to the redraw. Ricky Murphy busting out in 17th, which means there will be a redraw. It will give us a good chance to run through a few things regarding what is happening.
It will.
It will indeed. 16 players, redraw on its way. Who will we get in that redraw? You will find out very shortly. There we go. Simon's here. Redraw time. It's a redraw. 29 minutes left at this level, so 5 minutes till the redraw and then 29 minutes till the first break.
Shall we look and see what's going on for the rest of the weekend?
Yes, let's have a look at the Leeds schedule. Leeds, march it out together. We're gonna say it. We did it. You just have to do it. I don't know why.
Can't bring this
I have no idea why, but you just have to see. When you shout Leeds, you then march on together with a song. I don't know why.
Can't just say Leeds once, need to say it 3 times.
Absolutely. We are on Thursday. We are high roller day 2. We're down to 16. So the rest of the week looks like this to cash out satellites. Tonight and tomorrow. Day 1B and the turbo tomorrow. So it's all about the main event in the club tomorrow. Saturday, the cup will be on. Oi, who's got the Giuseppe? That's got to be Stato. He don't play for the Dolphins anymore. He hasn't played for the Dolphins for 3 years, Giuseppe. He needs a new jersey. His brother-in-law got him a Miami Dolphins top to play when he was doing the live streams.
Okay.
And when he bought him the jersey, at the end of the season he left.
Right.
So he needs a new jersey. Saturday is the Cup, Sunday is when all the side events are on. The Cup Day 2, the main event will conclude and we'll have their champion online. The PLO's on, the seniors is on, the closers on, and then the online closer on Monday and Tuesday. Sure, we'll get some information from Tom and Richard from the online team for this weekend as well. But plenty going on in Leeds for the rest of the week. If you can't make the rest of the week in Leeds, we are heading to Reading 27th of May till the 1st of June, so a couple of weeks for us to be in Reading, and the schedule, I do believe, looks a lot like this.
There we go.
That's the schedule for Reading. So the opening voyage starting on the Monday with the cash out satellites, and then Tuesday the voyage is on, the PLO is on. This is Reading for the 888 UKPL. All the way through, plenty to get your teeth into, plenty going on. It's a great festival all the way through to the Sunday when we crown a champion of that one. The 25/50s for the rest of the month. 21st of May. Next weekend is Walsall and Manchester, Berry New Road. There are those. There's all sorts going on.
Just a little bit.
You know what's in July? You know when there's a big event,
Yeah.
you've got 10 buttons to click.
Oh, right, okay.
I've got 10 buttons down here.
Oh, well, you have, haven't you? Yeah. Complete rainbow going on there. The Poker News Cup.
The Cup.
Yeah, right.
Poker News will be reporting on the Cup, the £500 buying Cup. That is going to be the 2nd and the 3rd of August. 50,000 starting stack, 30-minute clock for Goliath and the Cup. Francis will be there. Bound to be.
Yeah, no doubt.
Bound to be. But the big ones all going on regarding Goliath. That's when the flight starts for the main event. Saturday the 26th, starting at midday. It says 11 o'clock on the Thursday. And the Friday. And the Saturday. And the Sunday.
It's alright, buddy. You'll be okay.
11 a.m.
You'll be alright. Get those strong coffees in, you'll be fine.
11 a.m. Oh, I'm already hurting. But Goliath, ready to rock and roll. Looking forward to it. And Star's putting plenty of satellites on. Hopefully go over and get involved as well and let us know what is happening. But wow, it ain't long. Jay is taking today off as he got back from Cyprus yesterday. Taking today off and he's back with us Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but we have got Sam in the box.
Yeah, 12 from Stefan here on the button going in. Mustafa in the big blind, not going to be calling. So there's your new feature table lineup on the screen now. Hamza, Twan, Tom, Mustafa, Steve Barnes, Stato, Arian there as well.
Sam will be with us at Goliath during the 9-day festival of streaming for us. We start streaming on the Saturday. It's 8 days. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 9 days. I had to count it then.
Yeah, I think we're doing that Wednesday evening. While you're dressed up as something
Oh, don't.
mad. Well, it's just going to be like this, is it? Queens versus Ace King on the feature. Big flip incoming. If these hands play out as we expect them to, expect Stato to find 3-bet here.
Queens and Ace King. It's always that one, isn't it? Yeah. And they're pretty deep as well. So 21 bigs for Stato, 28 for Steve Barnes. Steve had a great 12 months, cemented himself on the circuit. There's quite a lot of poker all around. And Arian Kashani. I think he does a bit of work with Arian. Good friends off the table. Maybe he's been doing a bit of coaching with Arian. And Arian sat there in seat number 7. All of it.
Yeah, it goes for
Stato says call. Ace King against Queens. It's the best race there is.
Yeah, El Clasico of poker. So Steve with a slight equity advantage now. We're going to see 5 in a minute. We'll start with 3.
Steve Arns with the queens. Stato with the overs, and the overs is there on the flop.
Great start for Stato. Nightmare for Steve.
Yeah, you just need to win the flips to run deep.
9 of diamonds on the turn, just the 2 outs once. 10 of clubs on the end, so big double for Stato, over $500,000 out. Steve, super short, just 55k, 5.5 blinds.
This is what we're playing for as well, if you've not seen already. 31,570, £3,540. 8 players rolling across the bottom as well is what we've got.
Just 7 off the money now, 6 off the FT. That final 9 is going to be the bubble. Plan for Goliath this year is to get through early doors, Morton.
Yes.
We're not having any more firing from the hip festivals, he says. See you on the Wednesday morning, 10 bullets in. So, Arian, ace 4 clubs in the small blind. 20 bigs, stay effective in the big. Just gonna set him in, I think. Jack deuce for Steve. It's just so painful. We've got big blind anti-invested as well already, but it's just.
Yeah, it's just cool.
It's nice to go for it.
It's cool because he's got the money invested. Steve with the jack deuce, needing to hit to stay in the tournament. Wow, we've hit the deuce. Got it. Hitting the deuce.
Yeah, just like that. 3-1 favourite.
Oh, not anymore. Oh, the turn brutal ace of hearts, a 2, a 10 and a jack. And it's another ace. Wow. Very unlucky. We hit the flop and then departs. Arian up to 260. Steve Arns busting out.
Yeah, Arian of course
16th.
getting more than good with the ace 4 against the jack deuce there, but needing all 5 to secure the knockout of Steve. GG, sir. Another one that bites the dust. So down to 15. We've got 20 minutes left of this session before we go off on the first 15-minute break of the day. Been enjoyable morning sessions before we came back.
Yep.
27? 25 we started
25.
with. 25 we started with. 18 through from day 1, 7 day 2 entries. A couple of whom have had some really successful spin-ups. A couple of those guys now on the outer table. There's been some spins. Stuff here in the cutoff, 10-7. Gonna bring this one in for an open. Arian folds the button. Tom Clack He's big blind on his own for this hand. I think dead small blind because we just lost Steve. Just decides to give the queen 3 up, so Staff are going to pick that one up.
Into the bin.
Yeah, Stefan Lazar, short stack at the table, 15 bigs.
Off we go to the outer table. Lucas, ace 8 against Keith's jacks. Lucas all in. As you can see, the all in triangle is on Lucas's ace 8, needing an ace. Still needing an ace. And it is not. Lucas is going to bust out from seat number 9. Keith Johnson takes him out, which means we're down to 14. Keith Johnson adding to his stack.
Yeah, and on the small subject of things in Coventry, we're talking about the Goliath. That 1 million guarantee in GUKPT on the first weekend is going to be absolutely huge. See the banner on the big media screen running behind the players on the wide shot. Francis, whenever his face pops up, you're looking at the info for the 1 million guarantee. Arian now pocket jacks in the cutoff. Off 26.
20.
Ooh, Tom with
Thomas.
ace queen. Just goes for the send. Looks like we're going to see another big flip here, Tower, because Aaron is not going to be folding the jacks.
He will not fold the jacks. So in they go. Arian with the jacks this time. The flip again. Jacks against ace queen. We had queens against ace king. There against the overs yet again. Arian Kashani needing to hold to survive.
So we're going to see 5. We'll start with 3. Can Tom find an ace or a queen? Well, there's a queen.
Oh, queen straight on
Queen
the floor.
5 deuce.
Damn.
Rough one. That.
2 outs for Arian. Still the same. Needs a jack.
4s. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, just a jack. Just a jack.
And it's not.
9 spades on the end. So
Arian just taking out Steve Barnes, and then he's taken out himself by Thomas Clack.
yeah,
Thomas moving up to 70 BBs. Very nice indeed. Nods at the table. Arian Kashani. Gracious in defeat as always.
yeah.
Busting out in 14th. We're down to 13. 16 minutes to go until the end of this session.
Yeah, unlucky Arian.
Either way there, because I was also going to jam and I also would have won. So.
Okay. You go for that if I threw it?
I'm not crazy.
Or could have passed it.
I've done worse. No, I wasn't.
We've all done worse or something.
So unlucky Arian down to 14.
30.
13, sorry.
Down to
Arian
13.
was 14.
Stefan's all in here with ace 10. For just shy of 15. Fold Stato out the small blind as well. Round to Hamza in the big blind. Not going to be making the call with the deuce 3. So Stefan's going to get this one through. A couple little flurry of bust outs there. Likely going to see two-hand coming in for an open here. Players now just 5 off the money, so starting to get there or thereabouts. Stefan, ace 4 of hearts in the big blind, just decides to complete versus under the gun. Queen 5-5 rainbow on the flop. So both players just playing ace high at the minute, but expect to see bet a decent amount of the time here from Tuan when check 2. Does it for 16k.
16 to 12 with Stefan in seat 3. Playing with 14. He decides to float with the ace 4. The 10 of clubs on the turn. What's the plan with the ace 4 after floating?
Well, even if we thought that there was going to be some elements or some Jack 10 suited, King Jack, those bits and pieces in here, they coordinate with this card and expect to be facing resistance here. When we do get checked behind on this turn, I feel pretty confident that we are not ahead either, so I agree with you, Tower. Seems a little bit slightly ambitious perhaps. 8 of hearts on the river.
If we do actually check it down, we do chop the pot.
Well, maybe this was the plan. Going to come for a lead here, try and rep some Queen X. Really know what 10x we get here with, other than exactly Queen 10. 5 suited maybe, but either way, you're going to get the best hand to fold.
There you go, that's the plan.
Yeah, so Stefan had a pretty good Luton festival, cashed both the mini main and the main. So 36th place in the mini main, 25th in the main event. Coming back into high roller FT here.
So 10 minutes left of this session and then a 15-minute break. All folding round to raise it up. Been around the action table because we've got a flop.
Oh, they're all in.
Of Queen I flop, Queen 3-6. Antoine Labatt with the 5-6. He was short stacking the tournament coming in today. He had like 2 big blinds extra to his starting stack. Needs a 5 or a 6. And it's a 5 on the river. Hey, Antoine Labatt with the 5 on the river. Doubles to 120,000. So he has been in grind mode all day. But still in.
Yeah.
Mr. Antoine Labatt still in.
Drills that 5 for the double. So Stefan from the button here. Pocket kings. 2-hand folds the small blind. Mustafa 6-3 offsuit in the big blind. Don't think we're going to be seeing a defend here. Just folds. Gets out the way. So 6 players remaining on your feature table. 7 on the outer. We've got 8 minutes left of this session. After the break, we're going to have a look at what's going on around the estate in the south over the next few hours, over the rest of the day. Any comps going on down there, but some probably real highlight of the news that came through to us this morning was the Vegas draw promo out of Birmingham and Manchester between now and the 1st of June, where 6 people will win 5k packages to Vegas just for playing a comp in either Very New Road or Hill Street for this summer.
So off to the flop as Thomas makes it about the big. Ace 10 Jack flop, so both flopping. Second pair.
Yeah, interesting whether Hamza wants to play this as a c-bet with range advantage or whether we want to take a turn. Looks like he's going to opt for the former, just straight c-bet in here for 35k. Tom not going to fold a jack to a single bet. So backdoor clubs we can see working for him with the 8. So ace of diamonds on the turn. Tom pretty okay with this card. Going to reduce the amount of ace-x combos for Hamza. Hamza opts to check it back. So Hamza's queen still playing as a kicker in this situation. And 9 clubs, yeah, 9 clubs on the end.
So the check mark for Hamza as the queen will play.
Yeah, I think Tom pretty happy to take showdown here with a jack. Try and get to showdown with a jack. Interesting that when Hamza does check back the ace-x, I think Tom will feel a decent amount of the time can have the best hand, but going to get shown the bad news that the queen plays with his jack.
Just mucks the jack. Hamza up to 766 with blind at 10k. 13 players left heading towards the break. 5 minutes left of this session. So heading towards the first break of the day, final 4 minutes and counting.
Mustafa here, ace deuce of hearts on the button. Straightforward open spot. Stato, queen 3 offsuit in the big blind. Not going to defend that one. Moving on around and through. So just a couple of minutes left before we head out on a break.
Arian has bust Bob. Jacks, he took out Steve Barnes and then got Jacks against Ace Queen, and he was in the middle pre, and the Jacks did not hold.
Yeah, have we looked at this one? Goliath question.
Yeah, I've sent the message because I don't actually know the answer.
Fair enough. Morton, we're looking into it. We'll get back to you.
Now they're working with Stars. Does this change how we can register for different days in Coventry? Via the app, maybe. I sent the message because I don't actually know.
I would be surprised if the live credit situation that was available last year wasn't back this year.
Yeah.
Just because of how well it worked last year to keep the queue moving.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's going to impact you particularly from that sense, Morton. But we'll confirm. Stato small blind pocket sixes just completing. Hamza checking queen 9, ace 7 deuce all clubs. The one blind from Stato just decides to go for a check.
Here's 2-7 flop, all clubs. Stato with the sixes. Nice stack at this stage. Last couple of hands of the session. Ten of spades turn. Still the best of it, Stato. And we both check it right to the 10 of diamonds.
I'd imagine Stato's pretty confident he's got the best hand now.
Yeah.
Like maybe some 7x in there from the big blind, but I feel like we're going to be eliminating a lot of ace-x after this. Going to come in for 11k on the river.
Last hand of the session. We will see you in 15 minutes after this hand.
We will indeed.
Don't think we're ever finding the call. This will be the last hand of the session. I'm back in 15 minutes with the other table.
Yeah.
Well, might keep this table, so we've just had a redraw, haven't we?
This Hamza's got some intentions here.
In the book. In the book. There we go.
Well done.
See you in 15 minutes with 13 players left in the high roll. Million going into one bag. Alex, what an unbelievable day you must have had.
It was unreal.
I started as a short stack and now I'm chip leader.
Yeah.
So I'll take it.
Yeah. Jay said you were short. How short were you?
I had 125k to start the day.
Yeah. What did you do with the bubble? Did you just sit and wait, or did you just start?
Yeah, I was short on the bubble, to be fair.
Yeah. And you just sat and waited until the money went?
Pretty much. I still took some spots, but yeah, after the money went, just couldn't lose a hand.
Could you believe when we were on the bubble, 21 all in and calls in 2 hands?
I can't believe it. Yeah.
It's a huge amount of chips. What's the table been like in the last hour or so?
Yeah, all right, to be fair. I had a lot of big hands, so that helps. So for me, it's been all right.
Yeah. Well, we think you're chip leader.
That'd be nice.
We're pretty sure you are chip leader, but every credit for making day 3 of the biggest Goliath
Thanks a
ever.
lot.
Fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Hopefully it goes well.
Keep it going. Nice
Cheers,
one.
mate.
Alex Todd. A lot of chips. He has. I got an amount of chips that you want for day 3. We'll just have a quick word with Paul Murphy, Goliath. Day 3 tomorrow.
Yep,
We just bagged up how many?
19,025,000.
Big stack. Nice stack. How's the day been?
It's been good. Been getting nice cards.
Yeah.
Making good plays, so I've been happy.
Yeah. Mixing it up. It's a lot of players. A lot of people just say recreational players. It's just you're just taking flips a lot of the time, and you're just playing totally different. How have you found your tables today?
I've been on about 5 different
Have you?
tables. I've been moved around a lot.
Yeah.
Each has been completely different. But I think the key's been adjusting to
Yeah.
the players.
Can you instantly spot somebody who just wants to cash to somebody who's a tour reg or something like that?
Yeah, I can, especially when they say at the table, I'm just folding the last 10 minutes.
that's always what you need.
That's
You can manipulate that. But 19 mil coming back to tomorrow. Biggest Goliath we've ever had.
Yep.
We're down to 44, and then tomorrow we're going to crown a champion. We can
I'm
dream,
excited.
can't we?
We can dream.
We can dream.
Hopefully final table.
Paul, many congratulations. 19 million.
Thank you.
That is just about it from the days. Full chip counts up on the website very soon. But what an amazing day. We have had 1,125 runners. We got in the money instantly. 21 all in and calls for 2 in 2 hands to burst the bubble. We burst the bubble, and then they've gone down and down, and we're finished day 2 with 44 runners. Tomorrow, we are going to crown a champion of the biggest Goliath ever. But who is it going to be? Join us tomorrow.
Good luck, everyone. Dealers.
And there is the call from Ariane.
Yeah,
And
it's
can't
bad news.
really fault him for it. So I think we knew on the turn it was only going to be a few rivers that.
Takes out the second person on the final. Look at that! It always happens. Is it the queens? A set of queens. It's because all the other three have all gone. And it is not queens full this time. Tens. Oh, and he took some straight in. He's not fearing anything, Tim.
Oh, there it is!
Oh, Tim Slater.
There's no help there.
Well done, and do you know what? He's shaking the hands of all the players. Oh no, he hasn't as well. Ace 5-3 for Tim Slater.
And that is a terrible turn.
And Tim Slater out flops.
Not the start we wanted.
Carl Spencer fist bumps everybody. Well played, sir. What a good effort.
Cool with the sixes. Big flip here for both players. Sixes holding at the moment.
Ace or a 10 needed, or Tim Slater is out in fourth. And it's a 9, he is out in fourth. Another fantastic effort. Well done, Tim.
Oh, that is not good. He's dead on the flop.
Sixes about for the Kevin Allen. Oh, we're down to Jack. Stu Rutter has just taken out Kev Allen, former champion of the Grand Final back in 2013.
So the flop.
Queen 8-2.
That is
That
it.
is it. We've
We
got
have a
We
champion.
have double champion in
Go,
Mr.
go,
Stu
go. Get
Rutter.
out of it.
Get in
Get out of
there.
it.
Woohoo! Stu Rutter wins. Vic Meta second. Fantastic. Well done.
Come on. I don't want to see a jack or a 6.
Oh!
Jeez.
Ladies and gentlemen, on Wednesday we announced £1 million prize pool for the second year running at Goliath. We can now announce that there are 10,585 runners currently, meaning it's the biggest tournament we have ever held in Great Britain and anywhere else outside of Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now part of history! The Goliath is the biggest it has ever been, and people are still buying it. Welcome everybody!
Dealers in the high roll, you have new blind levels, small blind 6,000, big blind 12,000, 12,000, big blind empty, 6, 12, 12.
Here we go again. We're back for the second session of the day here on day 2 of the High Roller in Leeds, GUKPT. Let's do it again. Tower is just finishing off his break and then he will be rejoining us. For now, let's get back to it. So wherever you are watching from, on Twitch, YouTube or Facebook, feel free to say hello in the chat box. Be good to hear from you all. For those of you who are with us for the morning session, welcome back. I say morning session, the first session, early afternoon. Feels like the morning session here in Leeds. Welcome back. For those who are just joining, welcome in. Team Cardon Direct bringing you coverage of day 2 of the High Roller. 25 players came back for day 2. 13 remain now after a late flurry of bust outs at the end of the first session. Safe to say, picked up the pace after a relatively slow start. I think we lost 1 player in the first hour of play. And then after that, the bust outs picked up in pace significantly to leave us in a position where the top 8 will be paid. 9 for the FT. Already interesting hand developing on the first hand back from the break in a blind on blind confrontation. Hamza with the 8-6 of diamonds, second pair for him. Stefan with Queen 4. Trip queens on the Queen of Hearts repeat turn. Just going to make the call like this from Stefan. spades on the end. I wonder if Hamza will go for a small sizing here. Try and eke some value block. At the same time, goes for 30k, so goes for third pot. And for Hamza now, for Stefan now, sorry. Does find the raise. Makes it 80,000. Here comes the boss. Here comes the boss while Hamza's in the tank.
There we are. Cheers, Sam. Back.
Fully refreshed. Ready to go.
Yes.
Hamza does get away from it. Nice fold there from him. Retains his chip leader status at this feature table. 56 blinds. All players north of 25. Ton of play left in the high roller. We've got a long day ahead of us.
We have indeed. Average stacks 40 bigs. Line 6-12. Second session of the day, as Sam says. And the final table is 9.
Yeah, Stefan just going to call Jack 10 of clubs here from the small blind. Tuan 10-3 suited in the big blind. Going to fold. So heads up. Stefan got one that plays really nicely post.
Lock time.
Almost a pure coin flip. Going in.
King 7-7.
Yeah, Tom with commanding equity on the King 7-7. Ace of hearts working for us as well. See Tom come for continue here. All the King X in range. Ace of hearts working. Kind of an annoying one at Stefan when we got a hand that flops so well. Usually to just brick and whiff this hard. I think when we call from the small blind here, we're essentially putting ourselves in a position where, in these kind of situations, we're going to be check folding a lot. And this occasion seems to form one of those. Gilo on YouTube asks Tower and Sam, what dates are you going to Vegas from and until? I am not going this summer. That's the easy one out the way. And Tower is going this summer.
24th of June until the 13th of July. We'll come back on the 13th and we're in London on the 16th for the GUKPT in the Vic. The reopening of the Vic. So we finish Edinburgh on the 22nd for the UKPL. Fly out on the 24th. And then back on the 13th of July. So 2 tables left, 13 players left in the mix. These were the breaks. These were the chips of the break. Dale Wilson was chip leader, 7.29. Hamza was second in chips, just a big blind behind. Thomas Clack, Antoine Labelle. He's done the first session, and he has increased his blind. He's increased his stack one big blind.
Yeah, well,
one big blind. Started on 110. You started the comp with 100. You made day 2 with 110, and you made the first session with 120.
Yeah.
Next session, guess what it'll be?
Well, I hope for Antoine's sake it's more than 130, that's for sure.
Well done,
We'll find
Antoine.
out, yeah.
But we are down to the final 13. Stato bang in the middle of the stack. Right, Valerie. Vegas. Yes. I just put a little video in our Vegas group if you want to watch it. It's very funny. We have a Vegas group with Paul Clements. Not seen Paul. Where's Clemmy been? I think he must have been on holiday. Andy McKenzie as well. Hope the weather up in Edinburgh is a little bit better than Leeds. It's a little bit cloudy today. And if you're anywhere near the Luton Casino, in the Grosvenor Casino in Luton, and you nip in the next 5 minutes, you might get some free Starbucks.
Yeah, you might.
Because what has Mikey done?
You might.
Mikey has ordered the Starbucks for the team.
Yeah, I mean, before we hang him out to dry, I mean, fair play, a nice little gesture, wasn't it?
It was, lovely gesture.
Walks around, good. Hello Tower, hello Sam, hello PK. Would you like a Starbucks?
Yes. I declined.
Yeah, Tower did decline.
I declined. I said no.
We accepted gratefully. Thank you very much, Mikey. That's very kind of you. We'll take you up on that one.
6 drinks on the order.
Yeah, lovely. Where are those drinks now, Tower?
Luton, Grosvenor Casino. He forgot to change his location on his order. So Luton Casino is now in the recipient of 6 drinks that you guys are gagging for.
Yeah. So, anyone in the area of Luton G, go down and get yourself a coffee.
Yeah.
Courtesy of Garden Direct's Action Tracker, Mikey. So Hamza finding 4-bet after a 3-bet from Swan on the button. Makes the call 3, 10, 2 spades. Hamza with the ace of spades. And we're already sub SPR of 1 for Twan here. Hamza checks it over to Twan, who checks back. Hamza will be pretty pleased to see action unfold in that manner once checking over. We're still going to have top of range here, incorporating some checks.
Jack of Spades is a juicy one for Twan for top 2.
Just having a quick look down.
Ace of Spades redraw for Hamza.
Very pleased to see Ace of Spades in hand, and Hamza checks back at his holding. 100k. Starts to go for a check. Twan obviously turning top, decides to check back again, so we're going to a river now, which is another jack, so jack's full for Twan now. Pretty unfortunate run out for Hamza, but checks over again, and now Twan really has to target ace king, ace queen, these exact holdings. We probably would have heard by now if we were up against an overpair by the time we got to the river. We absolutely have the best hand, and that looks to me like 200 or 190, something like that. 185. Now, Hamza having the ace of spades here is going to work in his favour when trying to break this one down, rip it apart and work out where we're at. Reducing any of the bluffs that are in there, any of this stuff that's trying to get us off of a chop pot. it's just very hard for this to be a bluff at the end of the day. Don't think 7s, 8s, 9s through do anything other than taking showdown. If they're even in there calling 4 bets, it's very hard to be anything other than value. And time says, do you want to see one? Shows him the ace of hearts.
Love it when they do that.
Hearts, yeah,
love it.
So if you go into Luton in the next couple of minutes, you might get a coffee. But if you go into Luton this evening,
yes,
or any point over the weekend,
okay,
we've got some comps going on. So tonight they kick off with the Big Thursday, £80 at 6 o'clock, which includes 5 times £200 bank holiday special seats for the May bank holiday Monday the 26th comp,
nice,
which is a 30k guarantee on that one as well. That's already got 7k in the prize pool through those seats being offered, and there is some serious seats being chucked in there over this weekend. We've got 5 in today, 8 in tomorrow, 5 more in on Saturday, and 7 more in on Sunday. So if you're in the Luton area and you're planning on getting in that bank holiday comp, why not go and have a go? £80 tonight on the Big Thursday down in Luton, and on the south coast in Portsmouth they've got day 1G of the 100k link comp. Currently it has £58,450 in the prize pool with a 100k guarantee on that one, and there are 4 more flights left to play to get up to that 100k for Pompey. They had a 6-seat guaranteed satellite last night where 10 players bagged themselves seats to have a go at that comp. So Pete Norton, Andy Peckham, Dave Listener, Bally, Alfie Miles, Jubin Karipai, Andy Miles, Alan Ferris and Scott Bartlett all got themselves seats in to the 100k link comp between Portsmouth and Reading.
Well done indeed.
Which you can get involved for £200 for a shot at the chunk of £100,000 guaranteed prize pool.
Nice one. Afternoon meeting them out. I hope things are well. What's your plans this weekend?
Yeah, afternoon piano cat.
Afternoon cat. The Sky Poker Tour. Say hello to TK for us. I'm guessing that's at the Alea in Glasgow.
Yes.
Say hello to TK for us, will you? Hope he's well.
Stefan from under the gun at King Jack of Diamonds, opening up the action. Stato finding the ladies in the small blind. We're playing here 12k. Yeah, 3-bet. Pretty reasonable here. Makes it 78,000. Back on Stefan. I don't expect Stato to be out of line from the small blind.
No, absolutely not. King Jack of Diamonds looks a bit
discipline
pretty, but
pass. Yeah,
have to bin him.
discipline pass from Stefan.
Still on 13. 20 bigs for Stefan. 1 win. chip leader on 62 bigs.
Seat open. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Jamie Nixon bust earlier today.
Yeah, second man out, I think.
Yep, he was. Manley first out, Jamie Nixon second out, as you said. And then Daniel Noja busting out. And last person to be bust out on this one. Over an hour ago, Arian Kashani.
Yeah. So Mr. Clack in the cut-off. Gonna kick us off in this one. Action folds around to Hamza in the small blind. 7-6 offsuit. It's going to go into the bin as well. Stefan in the big blind. Jack 6 of diamonds. Expect this one will get defended. Does make up the wager, and we are going heads up to a flop.
Ace 5, 8, 2 clubs. Second pair for Tom.
Yeah, Tom just going to continue 20k. It's definitely going to fold. Big advantage just as Tom. Flopping second pair, gets the C-bet in, takes it down. So Stafford, ace-5 offsuit under the gun. Comes in for an open. Tom with ace-king of spades in the hijack. Nice clean 3-bet here, 72,000. Action round to Twan in the big blind, 8-9 offsuit. We're going to be seeing him continue here. Mustafa facing this action. I seem to recall seeing Mustafa feature in Luton, but not quite recall. Decides to just drop the ace-5 off into the bin, so another nice pick up for Tom. Chipping up nicely at the feature. Chip leader now on the table, yeah.
And it's tough to get chips off Thomas Clack.
Afternoon, Arian. Joining the chat from YouTube. Unlucky on your bust out, sir.
Yeah, took out Steve Barnes and then just got the jacks. Unlucky set. Always good to see you.
Steph, enjoying a nice glass of red there. Hand number 61 of the day. Blinds at 6k, 12k with a 12k big blind ante. Arian on Hamza's rail in the chat. Anyone out there supporting any of the guys, do let us know. Well, I suspect we're going to see some chips here, Tower. So I'm just opting to take
Yeah, the call.
The call against the button open from Stefan. Stefan with the queens, 2-hand with 8s in the small blind. Probably see that one go as a raise, decent percentage of the time, but Mustafa, I think, tried to check his option there without making up the additional wager. Dealer just reminds him.
I try that now.
You are
I like
obliged,
to
sir.
keep all
You
my
are
chips.
obliged. We are going to see some chips going in now, though, Tower. That's
Look
for
at
sure.
this, Stefan flopping set.
Yeah, middle set for Stefan, unblocking top pairs, and just so happens that Mustafa has top pair. Expect action to check in flow. It's going to come straight out for a lead as Mustafa. Music to Stefan's ears. This is. Just want to see call here. Going to be able to get the money in pretty easily on turns and rivers in doing so. It does click it up. Well, that's off the 2-hand, losing the middle in there with the 8s. Mustafa's just going to lead fold, is he?
Race to 65 from Stefan and Mustafa.
I thought
In the
he was
tank.
going to move them all in there, I must say. This is the problem with the leads in these
Has
situations.
it been in it?
Yeah, it's just, gets away from it, but
Well done. Most people that see a turn.
well, they are about.
They are moving around the table.
Ladies for Stato now, under the gun. Hamza with 4s. Just going to drop them off. Don't mind this, against early action. I don't want to be overcommitting on small pairs. Lots of potential for action behind. Kwan out of the way. Mustafa out of the way. Tom with ace-9 in the big blind.
Certainly be calling.
Yeah, just a call.
Makes it up.
Versus gun from Stato.
Oh, there's an ace on the flop for Thomas Clack. Ace 10-6.
I think Stato will be pretty happy continuing here on ace 10-6 against big blind defending range. Don't expect to see Tom doing anything other than making the call against his sizing from Stato. Does make it up.
7 of diamonds turn.
Yeah, interesting one now for Stato. Whether we pursue more value and check 2 again from Tom, or elect to play a river in position. 7 of diamonds definitely offers some relative connectivity against the kind of hands that we're going to be defending the big blind on and then calling on ace 10-6. So does elect to just take some showdown or evaluate on the river in position. 4 of hearts heels off.
And Thomas will click in. Even maybe 1 chip. And then it'll be on to Stato whether he wants to fire again. Oh, a little bit small, is that? No, 60. 60 into 110.
Yeah, kind of a grim one here now at Stato.
We're running on smaller.
I think it's got to ask yourself, what 10x does Tom take here for value? That is an elite pass.
Great fall from Andy Hume will Stato with the Queens, just deciphering exactly what Sam's just said, what 10x would he be betting with. Decided that he
Really
wanted
tidy.
the 10x.
Really tidy from Stato. Away from Tom, sized nicely on the river, but
So high roll at 13 left, final table of 9 will be the bubble. There's 8 get paid. Looks like them. The Wilco's in the building. There he is. Looks like he's been on holiday.
lights up the room when he comes in, doesn't he, old Wilco?
He does.
Thomas blind on blind now against Stato with the ace-8, coming in for a raise, and Stato just going to defend the jack-9. No reason to do anything else, so heads up these two again to a flop. Could have some really interesting hands here over this next session with Stato on Tom's direct left. As for Tom, no need to do anything but play out holding here. Comes in for a third with ace-8 on ace-7-3, 2 clubs.
All the way from Luton.
Somebody's wisdom up in the Maserati.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks, mate.
So 13 players left. Half an hour into the first level of the second session. You been away? No. You been sat outside in the sun? No. Looks like you got a bit of a tan. Is it rust? Adam Wilkinson just about the way into the main event. Good luck, Twan from Amy. Glad you're watching, Amy. Watching on Facebook.
Yeah, I had that hand earlier, the ace-jack against the ace-queen, where we ended up backing into a boat as Twan, but then also lost the minimum with pocket 8s against Stefan's queen, so you can obviously play just 13 players left now.
Is Tom a process, Spencer? I would say so. Plays a circuit. I don't know if he has another job. I'm not too sure.
I think pro. Yeah, I think
He
plays for a
just
living.
plays poker.
Yeah. Wow. Lethal combination when you get someone as equipped at the game as Stato, and
Yeah.
he's just finding the hands.
Fold, a great fold with queens
Yeah.
a few minutes ago, and now jacks.
On the button, facing this from Mustafa. Just going to go on the small side, I hope. Something looks like 65, I think. 64. Give our opponent a good price. From what we've seen of Mustafa so far, I think this might get called down. I think he fancies this one.
Do you think 18's a little bit shallow to be playing with?
I agree. I agree. Gut reaction here is saying that we're going to see a flop. I agree with what you're saying. No, fair enough. Fair play. He does spin it off. Does Mustafa?
Any idea when the Vic is reopening again for tournaments, says Brendan Lynch on Facebook. I do believe they're on track to host the GUKPT in July. That is what I think is on track to do. 10th till the 20th for the GUKPT, bang in the middle, right up there, bang in the middle of that schedule. We'll be there 16th to the 20th for the GUKPT London, and that is on schedule at this moment in time. Any news other than that, we'll give it to you either here in Leeds or in Reading when we're back in 2 weeks' time. But it is looking like the GUKPT will be the first tournaments run by the Vic after the refurb.
So Stefan here, ace-8 in the small blind. Looks like came in for a raise, which Twan defended. Just wait for the action tracker to pick up. 10-7-6 rainbow, top pair for Twan with his ace-10. Stefan got a shot though. Going to continue. I'm surprised to see this go as a raise straight away. Protection, value, the lot serves multiple purposes here, getting after it as Twan with the raise does click it up to 45,000.
Six of spades after a raise from Twan called by Stefan. Pairs it up.
Yeah, fully expect double barrel here from Twan. No reason to think we've got anything other than the best hand here to try and get 3 streets from, depending on what the runouts are. I don't think Stefan's going to be continuing.
He's not.
Decide to pass.
3 minutes left at this level. 13 players left in the high roller. 9 is the final table. 8 get the money.
Yeah, we've got day 1A of the main event in the club at the moment. Day 1B tomorrow. Jay will be back from tomorrow for the weekend. Storing in Tower and the team.
2 flights tomorrow. Day 2 buy-ins on Saturday. 200,000 guarantee.
And if you fancy getting in for a fraction of the price,
There are.
as some of the guys did last night,
Yes.
will do tonight, and have the opportunity to tomorrow. There are cash out satellites in the card room starting from 7 o'clock, all of which guarantee 10 seats.
Beautiful.
Speaking of tens, Mr. Clack with tens under the gun, Stato with ace queen on the immediate left. It could go either way, just going to elect to play cool against under the gun.
Attention, final call for all players left in the main event. That's final call for all players in the main event.
And that is going to invite Mustafa in here from the big blind with 6-4 of clubs. So we're going to go three-way. Gun, hijack and big blind, six-handed.
King high flop, King Jack 8. Not the best flop for Thomas.
Not really the best flop for anyone. Kind of whips everybody. I'm not going to be delighted with this one three-way.
Jacko's Broadway, Stato's Broadway on the turn a bit interesting.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it?
Woo.
Interesting listening to your interviews yesterday from the mini main, where Danny was talking about his lead on the river with when he rivered Broadway against Rob's flush draw.
We were expecting a check and a jam.
10 on the end here to cause similar havoc as it is. Imagine this is going to check through again.
Looks like it would. Can't really bet with the tens. Just wait on Thomas. What does he think he's in for?
I think Tom checked.
He
It
did.
looks like Stato's coming for a bet here. Just try and
36K.
flush out some of this stuff that's in there.
Just waiting on Thomas. Tough spot for Thomas with pocket tens.
Tom will think that Stato has some Jack X. It can check back here at a reasonable frequency, but can certainly have King X, at which point we're going to want to bet.
Indeed, it lines up.
Whereas dealers in the high roller, you have new blind levels, small blind 8,000, big blind 16,000, with 16,000, big blind 8, 16, 16, that's that.
This one with the Queen 10, 32 with a call, out of his 760 and near 50 bigs.
Heads up, cut off versus big blind here, and Thomas flopping best, but reasonable equity here for Stefan. With this A7. Recognising this board will naturally defend and naturally connect with the big blind defending range better than his opening range, and therefore electing to check back. And it's well timed. Thomas upgrading to trip 2s on the turn, looking to pursue value with immediate effect. It's 30k. Looks like Stefan not going to fold for 1-bet. Can certainly have some air in there, and there is 3 on the river for Stefan. Can certainly have some sort of air in there. 7/8s, 8/9s, all the way through for Tom. That we just might want to try and play our range on the turn, try and stab and take down, but
He's as bad a river card as you could see.
yeah,
For Thomas.
he's not going to be happy with this one at all, Thomas.
And we check, bet, decide.
Yeah, it's basically a bluff catcher now.
Yeah. How big will Stefan go? He's got 0.9.
So 55. 30, that's tiny. I mean,
Yeah.
grim one.
That is just, please call me. That's like, that size, and he's like, just please call me.
Yeah, and in a situation where we've got a bluff catcher and it very rarely feels like a bluff, it's very easy for us to sit here seeing the whole card saying this should be a pass. I think Tom can find the pass here. Brilliant fold. Nice fold, sir. Tidy one.
Yep.
That's the reason why he's up there near the top of the leaderboard.
So 13 players left in the high roller. Final table of 9 will be the bubble.
Hamza 10-6 hearts folds from under the gun. Folds as well. Round to Mustafa on the button. 7 deuce goes into the bin. Another blind on blind confrontation forthcoming between Thomas and Stato. Just calls with Queen Jack. Stato with the 7 deuce of clubs in the big blind. Just decides to take a flop.
Nine, Queen 5. Top pair Thomas.
Yeah, I mean we can see that
In the hand
whatever
already.
Tom does, whatever Tom does, the hand's going to end. But
There'll be one chip too many.
nice clean one here. Interesting, size up a little bit.
Can't do much with the 7 deuce, he says. So Thomas that chip lead on the table, 50 bigs. Average stack is just shy of, our blinds are just going up on it to 816. So the blinds 816. They're all just laughing at Mikey. The word's got around that Luton's got the coffees.
Oh, right.
What a clown. Luton are enjoying free Starbucks. Oh dear, if anybody in the team could do that.
Right, Twan here with the bullets.
The boats.
First time we've seen aces in a while at the table today, I think. Maybe the first time end of. I haven't seen them yet. Hamza, big blind, king, queen. Just going to elect a call. Six, five, deuce, two clubs. Imagine we're going to see check bet fold here. Although Hamza, with some recognition of this board texture being in his favour, decides to come out for a lead.
Forty to call for Twan. Makes the call.
Yeah, like this.
Yeah, like it a lot. Even better if we see some paint on the turn. It's not 7 of hearts.
Hamza electing to check. Don't expect we're going to see Twan check in. 75k, and maybe now this is going to be end of hand.
And the hand it is. Twan with the jack 9. Raises up. The lines at 8-16. Raises to 32. Thomas, 3 bets to 96.
He's dialed in, Tom. He's dialed in. Playing spots well. Time that being used by Twan.
Jack 9 Seward. Well, we could see a flop. We've got the chips. Thomas, yeah.
Yeah, our hand,
Ace,
our
king,
hand
ace,
plays.
queen, 9s, 10s, jacks.
Our hand plays well post.
Blocking jacks and 9s, but ace, king, ace, queen, maybe. He makes a call. 2 with a flop. Swan making a call. Ace, Jack, 5, top 2 against middle. There's a check. How big do we go? Quarter?
Yeah, that's no real reason to deviate from where we'd normally be at this point, so we call that out. Just about a quarter.
70.
And this is the difficulty with taking these hands out of position. We just need to flop very well, because when we flop like this, we can end up in big trouble.
Makes the call.
Can't fold to 1 bet. 9 would be disastrous.
Yeah. It's not. It's a 4 of spades. I'll come back on Twan.
Yeah, not a double flush draw board. I think when check 2 here as Tom.
Someone else's check.
Go for this now.
Here comes the barrel. We're in about half.
Yeah, 160-ish. Looks like around 200.
Yes. It's exactly 200. 60% plus. One win in the tank. Tough decision, tough spot.
If we call here, I think we're getting overly sticky. It's just one of those where, okay, we took the kind of marginal spot pre. It's not the worst thing in the world to be taking. Our hand flops well. We flop middle pair. We check over to our opponent. 2 chunky wagers. No reason to think that another chunky wager is not coming on the river, but Tuan must have something here in this hand. He must have something additional, some spidey senses going on. Big pot, 772,000 chips in the middle.
And the back door straight, back door flush.
Yeah, and Tom having the jack of spades here is a really interesting factor to consider. Think we could have saved ourselves some trouble here in earlier streets.
For the last one. Did check, didn't he?
Yeah, I definitely thought I saw a table tap there from Twan.
Yeah, definitely checked and then chucked one in for his last, for his time bank on the turn.
I think the dealer is, Stato's just.
I'm pretty sure Twan just checked them. Might be wrong, but I think Twan. He checked the table and then threw in the time bank for the previous turn card.
I think you're right, Tower, yeah.
So I don't even know if Twan's got his eyes open and he's just waiting on Thomas to act, but I think we've just missed the action there, because I haven't rewatched it yet, but I think that was a check and then he threw the time bank in for the turn. So I don't even know if Twan thinks he's... does Twan not... I think Twan's checked.
I think Twan thinks it's on Tom.
And I think Twan thinks it's on Tom as well.
Yeah, and everybody else thinks it's on Twan.
And everybody else, because we've
Yeah.
missed the check. The
Yeah.
dealer's missed the check. I'm pretty sure that the dealer. I need to rewatch that.
I think you're spot on. I definitely think Twan tapped the table, then threw one time bank card in.
Yeah.
And
But for the previous time bank used on the no 1, 2, 3.
this one is round 4.
There you go. He checked.
Yeah, okay, Simon's coming over at the floor.
Oh,
He's
here we
coming
go.
over.
Yeah. And now Twan is saying, I checked and threw my time bank in for the turn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I tapped the table.
Absolutely spot on. I think it's just miscommunication, that's all. Yeah.
He's just taken 4 off him and he's like, I wasn't on there, which I think is reasonable.
That was for the turn card. Yeah. Just miscommunication by the looks of that. Twan checked and then threw the time bank in for the turn, and the dealer didn't see the check, and he thought he was still on Twan, and now it's not on Twan, it's on Tom. So, all sorted. All sorted. Time banks given back, correct ruling.
Well,
And now it's just going to be a bet fault. Or do we want to check it back? As Thomas with top 2.
I think we want to go for it.
I don't think the space makes a difference.
It's really uncomfortable for Tom, and I think a lot of people who have been in these kind of live dynamics before, when things like that happen on the rivers, just sort of,
Yeah.
it breaks your concentration for you. It's undeniable, no matter how many times you've been in these spots. Tom's just got a job to do here of get redialed back into the hand and recognise that this is value, this river.
Yeah, Craig Eaton's already watched it back and he says he definitely checked, which is what we thought.
Yeah, it does decide to check it back, maybe thinking we weren't getting caught by too much worse, but I think Twan could have ultimately saved himself a fair few chips.
So he has checked back
earlier in that hand.
So there we
Big
go.
pot going the way of Tom, over a milli for him.
I didn't want to jab, and then after all that, and then he loses even more chips.
It came across to you that he checked. No, that he hadn't checked, but I'm pretty sure that he actually said that he had, and it was just like.
I thought he did this. He did this motion, and it was like for the time.
I think it was just literally like a miscommunication between you two, but the right thing would happen.
So a big pot for Mr. Tom Ersklag.
Well, yeah, I thought that, but it was like, if we didn't know about him, I think it would be like one battery.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised Tom didn't go for value there, but that was a big one. And to give someone as experienced in these positions as Tom, as many chips as he has now, accelerating away from the rest of the table, and from what we understand, the field from the counts on the outer table, to be the current chip leader with 13 left, he's in a great position. Yeah, Kev, Ravi, I think you're both right. Kev saying easy fold in a 3-bet pot. I assume that was probably on the flop there, Kevin, on that one. Ravi saying probably don't want to play too many pots out of position with Jack 9 versus someone who can cause serious damage to your stack. End of. Maybe it was even post when Kev was throwing that about. English Cat 19 on YouTube. Welcome in.
We are in the cat, English. We are down to the final 2 tables of the high roller.
So Stato opened this one from the cut-off. Tuan defended the big blind queen 6 of diamonds. Ace 10-9 with 2 diamonds. So Stato middle pair. Tuan with flush draw. Turns pair as well. Tuan check called the flop and check on the turn. And board pairing 9 on the end. Tuan does anything other than check here, whether we go for block sizing.
I will be surprised.
Checks,
yeah, I will be surprised.
Stato
if
checks,
Stato
takes his showdown.
Wouldn't have called, to be fair.
Yeah.
I think he always calls on that spot. Onto the outer table. Keith Johnson stands up, and he's got his 100,000 in the middle, and it's a flop set against bottom for Keith, and Keith Johnson is out in 13th. Out he goes. The chair is empty. And Rich Hare, there he is, gets his rewards. Keith Johnson is out in 13th. We're down to 12. So we're down to 12. Keith just busting out in 13th. Unlucky Keith Johnson.
Yeah, down to 12. 3 off the FT, 4 off the money. Clack here, 6-4 of diamonds into the muck. Stato, Queen 5 suited in the hijack. Round to Hamza in the cutoff. Check 3 of hearts into the muck. Stefan folding the button as well.
And quickly over again. His hands one the back yet again. He's only grinding away still. He's up against jacks of Marta. Ace 3 of spades for Antoine. Oh,
as you like, not dead though.
Oh,
Queen of spades about.
Any Queen of Spades, ladies and gentlemen. Any Queen of Spades about. You flop the nut flush and you're not dead. Oh, you can't do it, surely.
Would be grim beyond reason. 4 spades.
Antoine Labat doubles to 260,000. That has to be his pinnacle.
Yeah.
260,000. Antoine Labat hanging on.
He's got twice as many as you said he'd have at the end of this session.
Hanging on and hanging on. Wowzers. Unbelievable.
So 14 minutes end of the level. Two tables of 6. Ashley asking, no, not hand for hand. Tom electing Queen 9 for a raise, blind on blind. Just over 3x. I think we're going to see. Don't think we're going to see Stato defend this one. Does think better of it on this occasion. Tom now with the significant chip lead, and the dynamic shift is evident.
75 bigs, Satan in chips on the table as 40 bigs. 12 minutes left of this level.
How long do we think the bubble will be? Well, I guess it depends on where we're at in the stage of the tournament when we get there.
One
actually,
hand,
but
20
yeah,
hands.
could be anything. But the general flow of this high roller so far is that we've gone through periods where not many players have bust, and then all of a sudden that retraction is realised with a flurry of bust outs, and then Stefan with threes under the gun. I want to see where are we at with Stefan here. Just decides to come for a raise rather than putting them in there. I think it was 15 bigs there with threes. Mustafa the short stack at the table with 13 blinds, so even the short stack's still some play now with 12 players remaining. We'll see if we can get some chip counts from the outer table for you shortly. But 4 off the money, starting to get to the crunch time here in Leeds for the high roller.
It is indeed 12 to 9 is the first objective, and then 9 to 8 for the money. High roller time in Leeds.
I suspect we're going to see Stato just apply max pressure on Stefan's blind now.
So we're on 12. Is there a dinner break soon, says Ashley? The dinner break in the main event will be end of level 4, and then the 30-minute break in the high roller will coincide with around about that time, so I'm guessing in about 48 minutes time, maybe an hour and a half's time.
Yeah.
Something like that, something like that.
So blind on blind here, Stefan making up the small blind. Tuan deciding to check ace-5 from the big blind. Jack 3. Very favourable one for Stefan. What turn that is. Ace of spades on the turn to Tuan. Improving to aces and jacks. And against this line so far, you can certainly see a situation where we're going to do some chips here. 20,000 from Stefan. Expect to see Tuan probably just call here. Does decide to call. Off to a river, and if there's a brick, like that, Stefan now going to seek some value. Bet of 65k, so quite a chunky one, right up there in the regions of between 2/3 and 3/4. Interesting minus Tuan now, because yeah, I thought we were just going to get to a point where we just flick and pay off. We can beat some of the stuff. We even beat like the 9x that now thinks it's got any kind of option to bet river, but we just beat so much of the stuff. We beat from in terms of bluff catching. We beat a lot of the stuff that gets to the river and feels obliged to bet. Can't really fault that one from Tuan. Played the one earlier with the Jack 9. That's questionable. I think probably going to do some chips on that board. Nice from Stefan. Picks one up. Quick dealer change on the feature. 12 players remaining. 6 on the feature table now. 6 on the outer table. Team out on the floor with the cameras ready to catch anything that may occur on the outer table. And number 79, Thomas gonna kick us off with an open. Great position to be in. 1.16 milli for him. Stefan on the button here, King Queen. Expect he's probably going to land on a call here. 32k playing 20 bigs. That looks like we're going to go for 3-bet. Gonna make it 82,000 from the button. Tuan out the way in the small blind. Mustafa out the way in the big blind. Back round to Tom under the gun with the ace jack.
Funny hand the ace jack, calling 3 bets with. I think it's same about the ace 10. So, and in the bin they go. I'm kind of the same. The ace jack and ace 10, facing a 3 bet. Pretty tough to be calling things here, not having to hit.
Thomas assuming that Stefan's not going to be 3-betting worse from the button. On this occasion we could see he was, but didn't want to end up playing a 3-bet pot out of position. say it was quite the April for Tom would be
Mrs. Thomas
an understatement to say the least. Second in the Voyage in Newcastle.
Yes.
Third in the 888 Main in Newcastle.
Yes.
49th in the Mini Irish Open Main.
Good shout that. In that mini.
And then, the Mystery Bounty, cashed the Mystery Bounty as well. Cashing the Mystery Bounty. 17th in the Hendon Mob Championship. And then 7th in the Luton High Roller. It's quite an April on the resume for Tom Clack.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Jacks for Hamza under the gun.
Stato the ace-5 out the big. Does you want to see a flop with a race from gun? Or, yes,
I think so. Absolutely. We want to be defending ace-5 here.
Sometimes you just think the gun's always a lot more strength.
Yeah.
So you'll be putting him on probably 9s, 10s, jacks.
Yeah, we can have a variety there. For a gun, you're right, Tower. It's going to be a perceived stronger range for sure, but I think ace-5 we want to be defending, folding ace-5 in the big blind there to erase essentially an open door for everyone to get after us. So perfectly fine with Stato defending this one.
No real draws for Stato.
20k.
Ace-5 probably going in the bin.
20k from Hamza.
Oh, what do I know?
Well, this looks like we're coming in for a raise here.
It does indeed. And he has announced race. It's at 48.
Yeah, Hamza just going to make the call.
Nine of diamonds turn.
As Stato finding raise on this flop, wouldn't surprise me if he went for it again on the turn. Because when we raise flop, we're essentially trying to start selling the narrative that we have some 6x. I'm not necessarily saying that narrative is correct all the time. But the line here, 46,000, pretty small.
All of it.
Yeah, all of it, straight.
Four on a snap, fall from Stato.
From Hamza.
Well done, Hamza.
Interesting one there from Stato, but
still on 33 big. Stato, Hamza on 28. 12 players left.
Yeah, Stato's year headlined by that well-known UK Poker Open win in February, but already has a cash on the record in May from the Luton main event. Final table that one. 5th place, good for just under 18k. Hopefully get a chance to speak to him about that one. Wonder if we just have try and put pressure on any of Hamza's king, queen, that kind of stuff that's in there. The ace tens, but yeah, when we're right up there with the jacks, it's going to be difficult to get those super premiums to fold.
Go on, Hamza, lad, says Zach. Afternoon, Zach. Watching in YouTube, hope things are good. Rooting for Hamza. Playing well. He is playing well, is Hamza. We're down to the final 12. 9 is the final table. There'll be a break, and then the bubble is 9. 8 get the money.
Yeah, Stato 10-9 of hearts taken here for. Big line to be at here.
30.
33.
35, something like that.
33.
Yeah.
Just trying to get pressure on Tom's button opening with Hamza in the big blind. We've got Zach in the chat on YouTube on Hamza's rail.
Yeah.
Wishing him well. If we've got anyone in the chat boxes on the rail of any of the players left in the high roller, let us know.
Lines are up. Lines are 10, 20.
Yeah, 10k, 20k with a 20k ante. So part of a starting stack in there now for competition pre-flop. Still with 12 players. Mustafa is going to be all in from the hijack with Jack 10 of hearts for 10.5. Eventually folding these 4 diamonds here in the small. Round to Stefan in the big blind. Ace 9. Wow, this is pretty close. Body language suggests that we're going to see a pass here, but yeah, does fold. That seemed pretty close for Stefan. Afternoon, Danny on YouTube. Danny Evans.
Oi, oi, Danny. Quickly over to the outer table as action is in the middle. King 2 for Modestus, who is all in against Ace Queen, and that's not the best flop you want to see.
There we go.
Dead on the turn.
Job done.
Rich Hair has just taken out Modestus. Sakaluskas, off he goes. So just like that, we're down to 11. Richard Hare having a decent day.
A2.
Yeah. We're down to 11.
11 left, 2 from the final table, 3 from the money. The pressure just cranks up. 1 more pip. Twine here off 12 is going to defend the Queen 8 against Tom. Obviously we know Tom's going to be open super wide, but one we just got to be mindful of.
3, 4, 2. There's the flop.
Tom continues for 30k. And I think this is where we're going to start to. That's interesting float from Tuan here at this depth. sure. I like this as well.
Yeah,
Tom
top.
with a lovely one there.
Absolutely, gives him 94% on the turn.
Yeah, I think nice one for Tom too. Bet again. But I think it comes a point where this board recognition of us having advantage in the big blind on these low card flops is all well and good, but as we sort of shift towards money situations and ICM becomes considerations, is our opponent really going to be in there with, you know, the deuce X, the 3X? Maybe not. So it's all right floating with perception, but we've got to have a plan. And what is the plan here? Just float and bin off against further aggression that was almost inevitable. Not sure about that one.
Is the Mad Turk still in? Says Mehmet. Mehmet, I'm guessing, I don't know if you went to see the Mad Turk in Cyprus, but he was there for the Merit. He's not in Leeds yet. He'll probably be playing day 1B tomorrow.
Yeah, Kev says, going to put it out there, Ryan Moore must get 160 winners a year, but not when he backs them. So going Charlton to win in extra time or Pens tonight for the saver. I would like to see Charlton win tonight. I'd like to see Charlton win tonight. Old Jimmy Dalton from Guildford, big Charlton fan.
Who?
Jim Dalton.
Jim Dalton.
Good pal of mine.
Okay.
Big Charlton fan. That's it. Him and the family, season ticket holders.
Nice.
Every home game they're up there. I don't think he gets to as many aways as he used to, but lovely fella.
Poor old Razor Kev. Never like Ryan Moore. Is there a big meeting going on? So is it the Derby soon, won't it, in June?
Isn't it? Isn't it Ascot soon as well? Or Ascot soon, isn't it?
Royal Ascot,
Yeah.
that's end of June. I do believe.
I saw an advert that the Friday was already sold out for general sale.
Was it really?
Yeah. So, don't know. Hand number 86 of the day.
And
We're getting
number
up there.
86.
We're getting up there in Stalo with 9-6 offsuit. I'll be picking this one from Gun. This one, however, will be V-picked. Hamza with Queens in the hijack. Gonna open to 40,000. Stefan 10-5 offsuit in the cutoff. That's gonna join the muck. Twine out the way on the button. Stuff up. Jack 7 offsuit in the small blind. That's going to go in the bin as well. Round 2, Thomas in the big blind. Ace 6 of hearts. Just going to make the call.
Like
All
it.
pretty standard so far.
Yep. Off to the flop. Arms with the Queens. King Jack 3. So whiffs Thomas completely.
Yeah, checks
Should be
there.
check fold from Thomas.
Yeah, I don't think any reason to see anything other than that tower, as you suggest, but might be some checking in there at some points as Hamza, but looks like he's going to come in for a c-bet straight away here, as he suggests. Thomas just going to get out of the way, move on to the next one.
We are on 11, final table of 9. Break at the end of this level.
This one. It's actually pretty good. Wait till you get a camera shot from back up this end. White cap sunnies. Both got the beards going on. Both got the moustache going on.
Look like twins. How do you pair it? That made you chuckle, that didn't it?
Can't unsee it now, that's the problem. Can't unsee it.
Them lights must be bright, have all got shades on.
Yeah.
So 11 left, 56 bigs for Thomas, chip leader. Full chip counts either when we get to the final table or when we get to the next break. There's a scheduled break in 23 minutes time.
What do you think is the dinner break now?
I don't know if it's I'm not too sure if it's
it's level
15
4 in
or
the
30,
main,
I'm not sure. The dinner break in the main event is another hour and a little bit. So, but I'm not sure regarding if there is a scheduled dinner break in the high roller. It says 15 minutes on the app, so I'm not sure. Hiya Lenny, hope things are well. The fungi slots. Yeah, if anybody can't see any hole cards on Facebook when you watch it in landscape, then it's just because of the algorithms on Facebook. Nothing to do with us. We can't do anything about it, unfortunately. But apparently somebody did say you could actually touch it and move it, which I actually don't know if it's true or not, but I hope it is.
Tom's assessing options here with the ace-6 of diamonds versus Mustafa in the hijack. So whether we go for 3-bet, looks like he's just going to start applying max pressure here. Start 7-4. No, thank you. There's a king queen going in the bin as well.
So 20 minutes to until the end of this session. 11 left. Do you think he's still in? Hiya, Jilo. Hiya, Tam. Hiya, Sam and Tower. If you answer the question, I apologise, but when are you both off to Vegas, and wish you best of luck if you both go. I'm going on the 24th of June until the 13th of July, and Sam's staying at home. He's going to Argate. And Valerie says 24th of June. Is that you? He actually starts in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah.
2 weeks.
How about that?
2 weeks and he's back again. 2 weeks' time. I think I need to start looking at the Poker Alice. Oh, the best thing about it this year is Planet Hollywood's reopening their poker room.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes. This year. Because Jack Effel announced it.
Fair enough. Ace, ace, 6, 2 clubs. Checks over to Thomas. Just continues for 1 blind. Nothing he can do there. Playing a stack of sub 6 now. Mustafa 16 blinds. Stefan 17 blinds. Are your 3 sub 20 stacks as we get closer to the FT and the money bubble. I said he's got about 20 minutes left of this session at the minute. But day 2 of the coverage from the team in Leeds. Last night we had the mini-main final table, won by very popular champion Rob Duras in the room. Danny beating Danny Myers, who finished in 2nd place. Day 1A in the club today. Day 1B and C tomorrow. And if you want to get into any of those flights for a fraction of the price, there are cash out satellites running tonight in addition to last night's, and again there's another one tomorrow, all at 7 o'clock, all guaranteeing 10 seats, so it's going to be some value in those for sure. Mr. Tobias just re-watching where the player thought he checked. Did the other player think he was math debating? due to the pot odds.
Well, you're supposed to read it out before you're supposed to say it.
Well,
I'm glad you didn't.
listen, mate,
Yeah,
you-
you got you.
Ling-
And
Ling
it's,
was
it's
fine.
early Friday. Hey.
we were clear on math. We were clear on the
We're
math.
clear on math, absolutely. Everybody's clear on math.
Listen to what I told you earlier.
Quick dealer change on the FT. MPL leaderboard on the graphic behind. Been a well-received change this year, the MPL restructuring.
Yes.
The top 20 events.
Yeah, it certainly has.
Feels like
It certainly has.
feels like it's been a good one. Mustafa here, 8-4 hearts.
Yeah. Raising it to 50.
Clear as day here.
Mm. Sometimes we can just let the blinds go.
Yeah, Mustafa, a bit of posturing here. But the 8-4 is going to hit the muck.
Yeah, sometimes we can just fold hands that we don't need to defend out the small, especially when we're playing with 12. And this was a bit of a misstep in my eyes from Mustafa. Keep hold of your 2 BBs, so just loses. After chip leader puts them in. Twan just over 5 bigs, Mustafa on 12, Stefan on 17. We are down to 11.
Hamza from gun opening at Queen 8 of diamonds. And Tuan's going to get his last 5 in here with pocket jacks. Stato 9s in the big blind, so we are going to see an all in here, Tower.
Here we
Just
go.
how we go from here. I expect Stato probably come in with the ISO. Kind of close, a bit awkward. Does decide to go for it, and
Not a
hands
big
are out the way.
Yeah, now a big chance for Twan to get himself a double up.
Yeah. In great shape. Almost a 9-1 favourite. Jack 7-6 rainbow. That is going to pretty much do it on the flop. Top set for Twan.
Very nice indeed.
Dealer Express run out there. Dealer is not waiting around on that one, that is for sure.
Then there you go, 2 7/8 and nearly 15. That's all down to 21, sorry.
Yeah, how you doing, Baraka? He's playing well, running well, and has almost a 50 big blind advantage over all the other players at the table. We spoke about what a really good month it had been for Thomas in April.
He is a part of the JCO gang, yeah? He is for that one. What flavour are you?
But could be a really promising May for him if we're going to continue with this. We had the turning point hand earlier with the time banks, the miscommunication, the 2-pair. Everything went on in that dramatic hand earlier with the ace-jack for Thomas, but keen to watch that one back and just look at the river situation. I do think it is difficult in those spots where something happens in play that really disrupts your thought process to sort of remain dialed in, but as played. Thomas chipped up very nicely. And speaking of things that are very nice, Twan in the hijack, pocket kings, adjusting to raising not all in with this super premium.
In the bin they go.
Yeah, not going to get any action unfortunately for him.
You and Mr. Duras will be playing big tonight, won't you?
Both great players, we know that. Tom had a great April, as Sam said earlier. Stato just consistent, Mr. Consistent.
Yeah, over so many years as well, just results machine. Stato, over 4 million live earnings. Thomas got an incredibly bright future in the game. He's going to be around for a long time, no doubt. Just a privilege to watch both of them, really. Thomas' first live recording cash all the way back in 2013, to be fair, so he's definitely got
2013, 12 years ago?
Yeah.
Really?
8th place in the
He's
student
never old
championships.
Wow, that's where we met him, is it?
Yeah, 8th place in the student championships on the 25th of March 2013. Thomas Clark
Was that the old
8th.
30 plus 3?
That was 100 plus 10.
100 plus 10, oh, that's the high roller then.
Got it here. Oh, yeah. Student no limit, high roller, day one. Yeah.
The main event was 30 plus 3.
Yeah. Second recorded cash, 14k for 4th place in the GPS Birmingham.
Well, there you go.
So, and then from
was
then
that the
on,
one Mad Turk won? Oh no, Mad Turk won Stoke.
yeah, from there on,
Who won that one in the old Birmingham? Who won that?
Chris.
Oh, Chris Johnson.
Yeah. Sean Walsh, Ali Zahidi, Phil Corian. There we go. But from then on, all went a bit quiet after 2016 till 2022 for Thomas, and then just an explosion of results.
So, as you can see there, action on the outer table. There's a hand, small blind, big blind. Thomas just jams a lot in on the cut-off. Nothing we can do with that, and nothing we can do with the 5-4. Won't be doing anything with that. Into the bin they go. So it should be in the bin already. The 15. Can't see a call. Belatedly into the bin. So this was a hand jacks for Antoine against King 10 of Dale. Flops a 10. Turns a 5.
Still in great shape.
Oh,
the king on the river.
The river kills Labatt. He was hanging on and hanging on and hanging on, and unfortunately has just bust out in 11th. Dale Wilson stacking in chunks. So we're down to 10.
Afternoon, Asifo.
The Poker Tourist, Asifo, how we doing? Where have you been?
Yeah.
Thomas does it again, says I'm all in. Stato won't be doing anything with that, just slowing it down. How we doing, Kev? You'll be sat in your garden with your pub, with your bar open. Where's your bar situated? Is it in that shed at the bottom of the garden? Or do you just click your fingers and Jules comes running? Is that still the case? Always looks good, does old Kev Blow's garden. Oh, top right of the garden. I couldn't decipher whether it was in the shed at the bottom. It's not a great garden.
Wow. A little bit of stalling going on here. A few players. We're now 10-handed, so 5 on each table.
Yep.
1 off of the FT, 2 off the money.
Stefan won't be calling yet again with 5-4. We knelt 5-4, 2 hands running, and bins them 2 hands running.
Mustafa won't be calling with the 9 deuce either, so
no, absolutely
as
not.
you were,
on to the next.
Maximum pressure incoming now from Thomas, and a really good opportunity to.
Indeed. Where have you been, Asifo? There's been plenty of poker all around the world.
Yeah, where do you think Sifa's been? I reckon he's in Cyprus.
I reckon I don't think he did.
Monte Carlo?
He's either done Monte Carlo or Berry New Road. Both pretty similar.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Both pretty similar.
The only similarities there is the location starts with an M, I think. That's pretty much it. That is pretty much it.
I don't think he'll have done Cyprus because he wouldn't have won a ticket.
I don't know, he loves a satellite, does all the CFO. Who knows? I'm sure he'll let us know. Afternoon, Gully. Not doing too bad, ticking over steadily on day 2. Almost up to the century of hands for the day. Usually a good indicator of where we are.
So 2 tables of 10. Swan win balancing the tables. And there's action already on the outer table, so Hamza with a Queen 10 won't be doing much.
Yeah, you can see Paul there with the camera.
Yeah, Stato's looking as well. Don't think anything, really just slowing the action down on this one to see if anything does happen.
Yeah.
Because we're not doing anything with the Jack 7. So Stephanie's checking it.
What is going on?
Shall we go and have a look?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it, let's have a look. What we got on the outer table?
We've got an all-in.
We have an all-in and it's ace deuce of spades for Twan win. Can he? Oh, not on that flop.
King high flop. Gonna need an ace or a deuce.
This is Richard Hare again. And Rich Hare has just...
Rich Hare?
I tell you, he's on a tear.
He is on a tear, and Twan
gone.
Is out the door, and that is going to be it. We are going to be at a final table of 9.
Wowzers, wowzers,
Just
wowzers.
like that.
Just like that, Richard Hare.
Yeah.
That is a stack. They're still in the tank. We did get to a flop, but they now know as Twan departs, we are on an FT. So everybody's going to be taking a break. How long's the break? 15? Matt, saying that there's 2 minutes left of this level, so I'm guessing they're just going to incorporate the break with the FT break. Yeah. So there'll be a 15-minute break or so to get to the might be 20.
Yeah, and there we go. So we're going to get straight to rearranging the players.
Going to get a quick adjudication from everybody, but I do think it's a 15-minute break, just a couple of minutes early. And we're now on the final table, so we will see you for the final table of the high roller in 15 minutes. See you soon. Don't go anywhere.
Huge three-way all in. Ace, kings and clubs and queens fall on the end. There's the shout in the stream. There is the shout in the stream. Let's go, he says. To 44 players as it speaks, and there's 24 million going into one bag. Alex,
What an unbelievable day you must have had.
It was unreal. I started as a short stack and now I'm chip leader.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, Jay said you were short. How short were you?
I had 125k to start the day.
Yeah. What did you do with the bubble? Did you just sit and wait, or did you just start?
Yeah, I was short on the bubble, to be fair.
Yeah. And you just sat and waited until the money went?
Pretty much. I still took some spots, but yeah, after the money went,
Yeah.
couldn't lose a hand.
Could you believe when we were on the bubble, 21 all in and calls in 2 hands?
I can't believe it. Yeah.
It's a huge amount of chips. What's the table been like in the last hour or so?
Yeah, all right, to be fair. I had a lot of big hands, so that helps. So for me, it's been all right.
Yeah. Well, we think you're chip leader.
That'd be nice.
We're pretty sure you are chip leader, but every credit for making day 3 of the biggest Goliath
Thanks
ever.
a lot.
Fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Hopefully it goes well.
Keep it going. Nice
Cheers,
one.
mate.
Alex Todd, a lot of chips. He has got an amount of chips that you want for day 3. We'll just have a quick word with Paul Murphy, Goliath. Day 3 tomorrow.
Yep.
We're just bagged up how many?
19,025,000.
Big stack. Nice stack. How's the day been?
It's been good. Been getting nice cards.
Yeah.
Making good plays, so I've been happy.
Yeah. Mixing it up. It's a lot of players. A lot of people just say recreational players. It's just you're just taking flips a lot of the time, and you're just playing totally different. How have you found your tables today?
I've been on about 5 different
Have you?
tables. I've been moved around a lot.
Yeah.
Each has been completely different. But I think the key's been adjusting to the players.
Can you instantly spot somebody who just wants to cash to somebody who's a tour reg or something like that?
Yeah, I can, especially when they say at the table, I'm just folding the last 10 minutes.
That's always what you need. You can manipulate that. But 19 mil coming back to tomorrow. Biggest Goliath we've ever had.
Yep.
We're down to 44, and then tomorrow we're going to crown a champion. We can dream, can't we?
We can dream.
We can dream.
Hopefully final table.
Paul, many congratulations. 19 million. That is just about it from the day's full chip counts up on the website very soon. But what an amazing day. We have had 1,125 runners. We got in the money instantly. 21 all in and calls for 2 in 2 hands to burst the bubble. We burst the bubble, and then they've gone down and down, and we've finished day 2 with 44 runners. Tomorrow, we are going to crown a champion of the biggest Goliath ever. But who is it going to be? Join us tomorrow.
Good luck, everyone. Dealers.
And there is the call from Arian.
Yeah,
And
it's
Khan
bad
really
news.
fought him for it. So I think we knew on the turn it was only going to be a few rivers that.
Takes out the second person on the final. Look at that! It always happens. Is it the queens? A set of queens. Because all the other three have all gone. And it is not queens full this time. Tens.
Makes
Oh,
the
and he
call.
took some straight in. He's not fearing anything, Tim. Oh, there it is. Oh, Tim Slater.
There's no help there.
Well done, and do you know what? He's shaking the hands of all the players. Oh no, he hasn't as well. Ace 5-3 for Tim Slater.
And that was a terrible turn.
And Tim Slater outflops.
Not the start we wanted.
Carl Spencer, fist bumps everybody. Well played, sir. What a good effort.
Cool with the sixes. Big flip here for both players. Sixes holding at the moment.
Ace or a 10 needed, or Tim Slater is out in fourth. And it's a 9, he is out in fourth. Another fantastic effort. Well done, Tim.
Oh, that is not good. He's dead on the flop.
Sixes about for the Kevin Allen. Oh, we're down to Jack. Stu Rutter has just taken out Kev Allen, former champion of the grand final back in 2013.
So the flop.
Queen 8-2.
That is
That
it.
is it. We've
We
got
have a champion.
We have double champion in
Go,
Mr.
go,
Stu
go. Get
Rutter.
out of here.
Get in
Get out of
there.
here.
Woohoo! Stu Rutter wins. Vic Meta second. Fantastic. Well done.
Come on. No, I don't want to see a jack or a 6.
Oh!
Ready, guys? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Beautiful. So the chair slip to your stage left. Yeah, I see. Easy to do.
No savers, guys. No savers, no? No?
So here we go with the final table of the high roller. Thomas Clack is going to be in seat number 1. Marta Gixeris in seat number 2. Mustafa Sajewal in 3. Stato Andy Hume in 4. Jun Schwandu in 5. Hamza Nazir in 6. Stefan Lazar in 7. Dale Wilson in 8. And Richard Hare in seat number 9. So there they are, ready to start the final table. This is the bubble, so this could be a while. We are on the bubble.
Speaking of time banks, you will get a further 2 months to double first. You each now have an all-in triangle as part of your stack. This is an active part of your stack. This is an active part of your stack. If you throw this in, you will be all in. You have concurrent left of this level as well. It's going to be 10, 20, 20.
So 2 minutes left at the last level, and then the blinds. There we go, 2 minutes and 5 seconds. The clock is running. 9 players. Who takes it down from here? That's what we're playing for. We are on the bubble. 3,540 for 8th. Nothing for the first person out on the final table. nines up. Next hand, 10.25.
PGI Friday next door. PGI Friday.
Lines up next hand, 10.25.25. Welcome to the final table of the high roller. 9 players left. Here's King for Thomas. Raising up in the cutoff. Oh, sorry, 3-betting in the cutoff after initial open from Hamza. 9s from Mustafa. And 139 and 7 bigs. He gets rid of the 9s. He gets rid of the 9s out of 7 bigs. That's what the bubble does. Because Hamza will do the same. Because the chip leader is applying all the pressure from 3 off the money, 2 off the money, and now 1 off the money.
That's whenever I get fucking high.
And that's the way to do it as a chip leader. Applying the pressure to all these short stacks. Mustafa folding the 9s from 7.
Yeah. Welcome in everybody who is rejoining us, who have been with us for the first 2 sessions of the day. Welcome back. Anyone who is joining for the first time, welcome in. We've got some guys here who are going to be in the absolute chamber. There's 3 chunky stacks north of 60 bigs. That's how I said, headlined by Thomas. The rest are going to be toying for places. Someone is going home with nothing. And the rest will secure a min cash value at £3,540. So buckle in, should be a good one.
Seat open, 1-6.
Throughout the day before, whenever I had trips and he put me feet on the river, I went to the top of the random point. I was about to jump and go and say, you'll get him back tomorrow.
Steph raises to 50. Oh, Thomas now looks down at an absolute genuine. And this just thinks everybody's getting bullied. And looks down at Kings. And the ace queen from 12 on the bubble just can't call. Has Wilco got a mic on? He doesn't need one.
Just reminding everybody in Leeds that I banged it in with deuce 3 suited on the final table of the high roller.
So what do we do with ace queen on the bubble?
Great personality, Kev, isn't he? He's a good lad. Right, what do we do with ace queen on the bubble here? Well, I think you're right, Tower. I think it's going to be one of those where I'm not quite sure where Stefan sits in the stack distribution. Coming second bottom. One of those where ace 10, slam dunk fold, ace jack. You know. Yeah, it looks like he's going for it.
He has gone for it with ace
Here
queen.
we go then.
Bit of a surprise.
Could we be seeing an end to the bubble action already? If we don't find an ace here,
you know what happens though? when it's against kings. Ace anything. Yeah, Razor Kevin, Ace Queen Binny, the demon hand. I'm
Well,
with you
we're going
on
to
that
see
one.
5. Let's start with 3.
Always
an
an
ace.
Always an
Ace
ace.
deuce 3. Stefan
He's going to survive.
Yeah, barring the one out. The King of Diamonds, the only card in the deck that can reverse this situation for Thomas. It's a 5 of diamonds. So Stefan going to secure a huge double on the bubble.
See, and that's also bad for the table. Not just that, it just shows that Thomas is actually raising with genuine hands all the time.
Yeah.
That's what they think. Well, he's actually got it all the time.
Big dynamic shift at the feature table there. Stefan, 740k prizes on the screen there. Only 8 of these 9 players will walk away with a payout.
We just decided to have a chat and just go
So we are on 9, we are on the stone bubble. 8 get paid. Could have been over. Could have been it. Could have been in the money. How doing, Rosa? Rosa Poker shouting at us.
There Wilson with a big stack in out the way to the 3s. Thomas from +3, Queen Jack.
Any backdoor or anything.
There's always a 1% chance. But yes. Stream froze? Don't think so. Stuart Bauman on Facebook.
Let's go and check.
Gonna check the facey quick.
Let's go and check. Leeds are on day 2.
We're okay on YouTube. We're okay on Twitch.
If it froze, it's back.
Yeah, just check the facey.
Phew.
Yeah, it's come back then. There we go. Thank you, Stuart.
Nice one.
Honestly, this has been some start to the final table in terms of the distribution for Mr. Clark. This has ace, king, kings, aces in 5 hands or so. Here we go.
Unbelievable.
There we go. Universal freeze. For about 10 seconds, Simon's just saying on
Yeah, sounds
YouTube.
like it.
But we are back. +2 Stefan here gonna make the call with ace jack from the big blind.
10 high.
As Wilco proudly announces 10 high behind the booth.
Does he think he's winning?
I don't know. Queen 5-4 rainbow. And Stefan going to check this one over to Thomas. I assume this is just going to go check bet fold. Yeah, the next question, Ben, was, is 10i no good? At which point... Mr. Cholton in the chat box.
Oi, oi. How are you doing, Danny boy?
He's got a third of the field.
I was
Got a third of the field.
I was Cyprus for you. Still loving the stories, loving you, living the dream. Love watching your little bios all the time. Keep them coming, pal. And hope to see you soon. We are good, buddy. We are good.
Thanks, mate. All well.
No. Unprofitable. I'm guessing Vegas will be next for the big one.
I think most would trade most would give up a profitable Cyprus or a profitable Vegas, right? So let's hope you can turn it round, Dan.
Yes, a bit of jewellery.
Yeah, a little bit of jewellery wouldn't go amiss, would it? A little bit of jewellery wouldn't go amiss.
In we go. Mustafa has found the ace king
Stato also with ace king.
and says, "Can I have a count, please?"
Yeah, pretty clear on Stato here, I think.
Yeah, he announces race. There's an all in.
Well, barring something absolutely absurd,
Yes.
we are going to see a chop pot here.
Please, please, please. We don't want to see anything untoward on this day. Thank you. So Stato, ace king against ace king. Chop it up. That'll do. That will do. Yeah, we do, Cammy. Cammy Williamson says we all love a bit of Charlton TV on Insta. We do indeed. Fingers crossed for a successful Vegas. See you out there, Dan, I'm pretty sure. Thomas with it. One gappers.
Marker out of the way as well. Round to Mustafa. Gonna fold to 5 deuce. Stato next up. Ace 5-0 into the bin. Jan with the 3s. Yeah, well. In they go. 5.5. Real,
Yeah, pocket threes. On the 5s and 6s maybe.
yeah.
Not the 3s. What we got? 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 hands before in the big.
Yeah, I think it's
And that'll
right, just a representation of where we're at, playing on the bubble.
That's a tough bit. We've got 6 bigs. Just less, 5.5.
Yeah, playing chip. We've got 5.5 bigs and a pair. Got fist pump getting in usually, but
Yeah, but it also changes the dynamics of the rest of the players.
absolutely,
Because they know somebody's sat there with 5 bigs.
absolutely.
And in 5 hands' time, he's putting in the big blind and an ante, which is nearly half his stack.
Absolutely, yeah. Can't disagree with you there. So a quick reminder of the news that we got earlier today regarding Birmingham and Manchester.
Yes.
Big Vegas giveaway between today and the 1st of June, which is when the giveaway will occur. All you've got to do is play a tournament or 2 hours of cash in either Birmingham or Berry New Road, and you will be entered into the Vegas giveaway draw. 6 tickets will be drawn, and if you are one of those 6 people, you will win a 5k Vegas package courtesy of the casino.
Yes, indeed. Sounds fantastic to me.
And if you can't go to Vegas, you get $3,000 cash.
If you
Just seems so good.
If your ticket gets pulled out and you can't go, you get $3,000 in cash.
Yeah. So if you're in,
what a promo!
Yeah, honestly, quality promo. Quality promo. So if you're in Birmingham or Manchester tonight, we know we've got the deep stacks going on. £40 plus 10 with a 3k guarantee. But all that additional EV of that trip to Vegas, if you can get yourself down, do get yourself down.
Marta raising to 85
from Gun. Dale looks like he's just going to set it in here effectively.
Yep. And Marta, big chance to get a double up here. We're in yet again. The bubble. All in a call. Ace King against Ace King. Last time Marta's got jacks against chip leader Dale's. Well, was chip leader. Dale Wilson's pocket 9, so big chance now for Marta to get a double.
Yeah, 4-1 favourite. Going to C5. Start with 3.
7-8 queen. Good at the minute for the double up. Good at the minute. Fading a 9.
Can
to
she
double.
Hold it?
Yes.
Can.
Up to half a milli and 20 bigs. Woo.
Yeah, I think she's got a Adria on the rail back there.
Yep. How are you doing, Nicky? Good to watch you yesterday. All we need from you at the next event is either a new pair of sunglasses or none. That's all I'm saying.
Knew you were going there. Great to watch yesterday,
Keys? Who's got keys here? Good to watch you.
I have a request from Wilco.
Oh, heck.
Keep the noise down so people start to concentrate.
We've had a request from
A
Will
request from Will
to keep the noise down.
Can you just tell him, please, that we've got a request from the chat for Will to keep quiet about 10 high.
Okay, guys, after this,
Honestly, the things people do for a mention is.
Good old Will Tour. Good afternoon, Mike. We are both well, thank you very much. Hope you are too. Watching on YouTube.
Mike.
Come to join the final table.
Here we go then, Dale with the aces.
We're getting some cards on the bubble.
We are, you're right. Yeah, really testing resilience of the players on the bubble dynamic. Everyone going to fold, and no action for Dale there, but Rich Hare, now the chip leader. Day 2 buy-in, flying that right up there to 1.3 milli. So, for those of you just tuning in, we are on the bubble of the high roller.
We are.
25 players came back to start day 2. 18 through from day 1, 7 day 2 entries. Been a good watch to get down to the final 9. Someone's going home empty-handed, and the remaining 8 will all get their share of just sub 100k prize pool. They are out, Tower. They are out, you're right.
We gave some right cards here.
Next hand, the aces.
I'll tell you what, if this was like last level of a day 1,
oh yeah,
there'd be carnage.
Imagine this last level of day 1 flight of the Goliath. You'd be seeing absolute stacks flying, wouldn't you? As is. Marta here, King Jack offsuit in the small blind. Should be probably looking to pass this one. Does decide to get out of the way. Staffer out of the way.
$56 bigs for Rich Hare, chip leader. 2 stacks under 6 bigs. Hams are on 12. We're on the bubble. We're on 9 and the bubble. Welcome aboard, one and all. Down to Rich here in the hijack. Bins them. Tom Clark says all of it. So an ace. And the 2 short stacks, 3 short stacks, can't really do it. The Stato's only got 15. If the first one's good, the second one's not. Yep. 3 chip leaders all get aces in a matter of minutes.
Just the way the distribution runs sometimes, isn't it, Richie? But it does seem unfair at times. But it's only really been Stefan that's been all in and at risk behind and came out on the top so far. Got it in with the ace queen against Tom's kings earlier at the FT. Ace queen here, raising up, folding round to Stato and the small blind. Jack 9 is going in the bin. And Jan, deuce 3 will also be going in the bin. It's so brutal, there's just nothing he can do.
So we're on 9. Yeah, there's no real need to, in my eyes, no real need to slow down the clock. You're only hurting yourself on the bubble. Slow down the clock, you get less hands in. With the blinds at this level, the blinds will just go up. There's no need to slow play when there's only one table for a bubble.
Yeah, I agree. Ian Bosley, can the cat do it again? Well, he had a crack in Luton. Cashed the midi, the mini and the main. Good deal.
The cat. Evening, Boz. When you're off to Vegas, Boz, notice that you posted that you can't wait to get there. Sure, we'll see you out there. Yep, all you're doing when you're slow playing is hurting yourself because the blinds are going to go up quicker, because this should be just in the bin. We're on the bubble. There's no other table to look at. Just bin them. I don't understand it. You explain that to me.
I can't.
Why are you slow playing with only one table?
I can't. I mean, it's particularly if you are the short stack. I get it to some extent. If your other stacks around the table, then we're trying to really crank the pressure on and make sure that the short stack falls into the blinds. If we're really trying to engineer it that way, but if we are the short stack, it is in our interest to get on to the next hand.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Particularly if we're in the blinds.
Boz is off to Vegas on the 3rd of June. Do you know what? I've not even seen the schedule.
It's honestly, it's about to hit that pure Vegas envy.
Yep.
Is about to hit in full force, isn't it?
I've actually not even seen the. I have not seen the schedule.
Haven't seen the schedule either. Plenty of poker to be played on home shores before then. Most notably for the guys here trying to navigate this bubble.
You're not wrong, Icky. You're a top lad. It was a good final table, yes, you really enjoyed it.
So Rich raised the ace deuce here, Stefan defend king queen in the big blind. Ace deuce of diamonds, top pair, wrap around the 3 for Rich. Stefan gonna call from the big blind, take 1 to a turn. For a spades turn. Stefan checks it back over to Rich, and Rich is deciding to take this one to a river. Sensible decision. 7 of hearts on the end, and now just as Rich, we're in position to evaluate how we want to take action here from Stefan. Yeah, against the sizing, I think it's just cool. Flick in.
So Rich gets a few more chips into his stack. We have been playing 35 minutes on the start of this level. We had 2 minutes of the last level, and then we've played 34 minutes of this level, and we are on the bubble for the high roller. Jay's back tomorrow. Normally takes Fridays off, but with work in Cyprus, he flew back Wednesday, and then Thursday to watch his smalls, and he'll be in Leeds for Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Big thanks to Sam for filling in the boots. Wednesday and Thursday. Had 2 crackers to start the week.
It's been good, isn't it? Been good. Very enjoyable. Very different day today, obviously, to the FT yesterday. All the players yesterday already in the money. And, playing for 21,000 just yesterday. Rob Duras took down the mini main event on day 3. Beat Danny Myers heads up on what was a really fun final table to watch and cool. How about that MPL leaderboard?
Yes.
You sell the Monopoly. The Mad Turk currently in pole position. Dale, who's in P5, currently in seat 8 of the high roller final table.
What, with 10 minutes on the clock, are you sure?
5 minutes.
Action folded round to Stefan. Clear one on the bottom here with red 10s. Dale, Jack Deuce out the way in the small blind. And Rich, Jack 7 offsuit here in the big blind, playing 1.5 milli. See if he fancies a defend here. Not on this occasion. So Stefan going to pick that one up.
Yeah, we don't know, Mickey. There's no need to time bank. You're only hurting yourself because you're making the blinds go quicker. We don't understand it either. Time banks are nothing when you're only up against one table. You're only slowing down the clock as a short stack. That's all I can see. If anybody else has got any other reason as to why, then let me know.
Yeah, just look back through the resume. It looks like this would be Stefan's first high roller cash if he was to make the money.
Will it?
Yeah, looks like
nice.
it. And,
no, but Maxon is doing it to himself.
Rich in the small blind here. Gonna fold there. And unless we see something significant change the dynamic here, a real cold deck of extreme sorts, you'd think that Junjian is going to feel a world of pain when it comes around to his big blind in a couple of hands' time.
Yep. I think he's trying to kill the clocks of blinds go up before on the other short stacks. Yeah, that makes sense. But the other short stacks to his left and right have got 500,000, a million. The next short stack, I think, is it Mustafa the next short stack, and also, oh yeah, Hamza as well. So, yeah, I suppose that could make a little bit of sense. Making the blinds go up on Hamza.
Well, Hamza.
Here we go, Ace Jack. He says, I'm all in from gun.
Mustafa's all in from gun with Ace Jack.
See, Stato's not calling, but I do like that. Because if he doesn't get a call, Mustafa's on the big and the blinds are going up.
Yeah.
So it's all about time distribution in certain spots. Is this working for Mustafa? Yes, it is. What's he like? No action? Are you mad? You don't want action. Nick the blinds in an orbit. Can't do it.
Wow. It's going to get through.
He's going to get
Mustafa
through.
runs a whole orbit gauntlet.
So now the blinds are up to 30k. So Jun Schwan is going to be a bit short here.
Thanks, man. Do you want it?
So the blinds are 30k. 8 get the money. And as you can see around the table, there are a few shorties. And as you rightly say, Jun Schwan is going to be forced all in.
Just texting his mates. I'm about to be all in.
Pray for me.
Yeah.
So 2.5 big blinds is going to put 60,000 in next hand. Is this the time that you're from gun, any 2 cards is value?
If there's ever a time, this seems like a pretty good one, really, doesn't it? Because we're going to be all in mandatory next hand anyway, so... having said that, Sal, you know, we've ground this whole way. If we get in here and there's some kind of situation that would have meant that we can somehow get into the money, it's just the constant circle of dynamic, isn't it, that always rotates and catches back round on ourselves. Doesn't look like we had a situation there with the 10 deuce.
Yeah.
As it were, so
because as it is now, we haven't got the cards, so we are forced all in on the small blind maximum.
Yeah.
You can fold the big.
Thomas with the 10s.
We know the dynamics change for the rest of the table as well, because they know there's a guy there that's forced all in, but he can win.
Yeah.
Any 2 cards can win.
Stato out of the way in the big. So with blinds at 15k and 30k, with a 30k big blind ante.
Imagine if there's an all-in and a call and he's got a small blind left.
Well, imagine.
I'm out the way.
Yeah. Imagine.
So here we go. Jun Schwan has a small blind behind the line.
And just at the wrong time.
Oh, Dale. Look at these. How many times have we seen premiums on the FT?
Rich King Queen. Gonna make the call. And Dale, quick check back. Yeah, I've still got aces. Thomas with ace 10 as well. So we're building up an army to take on the big blind here at this rate. But Dale with all the weaponry at the moment.
Would you not have raised a little bit more to put Jun Schwan in? Because now he can fold.
How much does he have behind?
A small blind.
Yeah, I suppose.
You either force him to fold or they can now see a flop. Oh no, because he's raised, obviously. Yeah, my fault, my bad. My bad. Because he's got 30 and 30, and I was thinking,
yeah.
I was thinking he put the 16 already.
Alright, here come the time banks.
Obviously.
Here come the time banks and the
My bad,
inevitable
my
call
bad.
off.
Yeah, HBS. I got it. I know what you mean. It was me thinking he put the 60 in and then realising that the BB is only 30.
Yeah. Does fold. So we're going to be mandatory all in the small blind and changes the dynamic of this hand a little bit.
Completely changes.
Rich is going to need this not to come king or queen high.
Yeah. That's it. Richard's put the handbrakes on now. He's not putting another dime in. So Dale's going to bet, and then we're going to fold.
This is new.
So it should just be in the bin.
Yeah, Rich just going to get out of the way now.
And now we have an all-in player. We have an all-in player of 15,000. John Schwan Do is all in on the small. First, well, we had Ace King against Ace King. Marta's doubled. And now we have a forced all-in. John Schwan, King 3. Why is it showing John Schwan's hand already? Action's not on him. So he's forced all in with the King 3. Thomas has got 8-9.
Well, here we go. Junshan with the best of it, but mandatory all in the small. Rich is going to look him up with the 7-6.
So Thomas with the 8-9.
It is the 8-9, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, it's Thomas that's in the hand, not Richard.
Yeah, action tracking just... Well, 8-9, not the 7-6. So we've got 8-9 from Thomas against the King 3 of Junshan. Gonna need a king on the river, or we are in the money in Leeds. Queen of Hearts on the river, so that is gonna do it. We're gonna lose the day 2 chip leader.
So it was Thomas Clack who knocked out Jun Schwan, not Richard Hare. Apologies for that.
Queen 9-5. Yeah. Queen 9-5 2. I think it's 3. It's 3. 3 at that. Oh, okay. I
So we're down at 8.
Yeah, there was a slight issue with the action tracking on
No,
that.
yeah, it wasn't an issue. The action tracker unfortunately folded the wrong hand. It put Richard Hare in the hand and not Thomas Clack. And it was Thomas Clack who had the 8-9, and Thomas Clack took out Jun Chuan Du, which means we're down to 8. Sorry about the confusion. Wasn't a big issue. Just unfortunate that it was just a little bit of human error, that's all. It happens. Nice to see that the twins are still sat together on the FT, even though they've moved around the table. Marta with the ace-9, who's already doubled up once and got herself in the money. Adria, partner on the left-hand side, railing Marta. Yeah, there are some short stacks around now. 160k with the blinds at 30. Look at those. 3 stacks under 10 bigs. So Hamza with 5 bigs, 3 stacks under 10. But we're in the money. What do I do with it? What do I do with 3 bigs? Pray. That will be my kind of. That will be me. Pray. But 3 bigs, just find 2 nice cards and wait, really. You know that you're putting in a big blind and an ante and a small blind very soon. Hamza all in with ace queen. Dale Wilson, 1.5 million with an ace on the button. So here we go, Thomas with the 9-6 out of the big, makes the call. He has the chips, they are suited, 60-40 in Hamza's favour. Well, it brings in more outs. Now 8 plays, a 6, an 8, and 9. Jack on the turn. We need 5s, 6s, 8s, and 9s. Oh, and it's an 8 for the straight. A date with an 8. And Hamza Nazir bust out in 8th place for £3,540. Ouch. Very unlucky. Very unlucky, Hamza. Very, very unlucky indeed.
Plus someone.
Date with an 8. Old Hamza busting out. Straight for Thomas. So well done, Hamza. Good effort, sir. Anyway, on to important stuff. Spand, Ryder and Elliot are doing a Manchester 10k run this week for Samaritans in honour of Ellie Nixon. Look them up via Instagram if you'd like to donate. Many thanks. Cheers, Kev. You can stick a link in the chat if you want to, Kev. If you know how to do that. Stick a link in. Obviously losing Ellie. Speaking to the Samaritans before she passed away, very unfortunate. But if you know Ellie, then that's good stuff from Spand, Ryder and Elliot. Well done, all 3 of you. And if they want to send, click in a link, raise a Kev, and somebody will get it into the link. Somebody will send us a link, and if we can raise a few quid.
Yeah, Kev, if you want to send us the link on Facebook or something, we can put it in the chat for you. Or
nice
if you
one,
just want
Kev.
to bang it in the chat yourself, we can relink it across the other 2.
Thanks for the info, Kev.
Sometimes doesn't always let you put a link in, and if it auto-bot deletes it out, but we'll find a way. Thanks for letting us know.
We'll find a way. Well, Sam will, and if not Sam, PK will.
Yeah, if it gets down to tower, we're in trouble.
Yeah, if it gets down to having to rely on me, then we're blown it.
How many times is Thomas going to wake up with it at this feature table today? We're all in and cool again, and it's Mustafa this time.
With his 3 bigs, and he's running 2 aces. How many times have we seen the boots today? Any sweats about? No.
Barely.
Not really.
Barely.
Hardly
we
any.
need to find a 10 here. Really,
Yeah, 10 of clubs would be nice.
Or just any 10 we'll probably do.
Oh, that's not it.
That's it.
Dead on the
Dead on
turn.
the turn.
Another
Gonna
one
lose
gone.
Another, yeah.
Another one gone, Mustafa Sarjawal for £4,300.
And just like that, we're down to 6.
And now Stato's short stacked on 8 bigs.
I know you. Come on, fall three. Please give me a bit. You nearly did as well, I think. I was thinking, shall I just put? Shall I let Benny just get me
Brilliant. Thank you, Gully.
That's off Span's Facebook. Cheers, Gully. Stefan with the 7s raises to 60. Stato with the ace 10. And 7. Could be all of it. It is all of it. And it's a snap call from Stefan. Stato with the ace 10. Stefan with the 7s. What's Stato's chances here? Ace 10 against 7s. It's a bang 50-50.
What's the 6 favourite?
Oh, I'd have flopped somebody dead. Really? You've got less than 1% on the flop. Oh, what a flop for Stato. Andy Hume. It just gets better. Ace on the river. Wow. And now $500,000 for Stato at 30 big blinds. There. Nice one, Spand. If we miss you this weekend, it's for the cause that you want to do it for.
Right, we should have the link in all the chat boxes now, so feel free to fill your boots, guys, for an excellent cause. And good luck to Elliot, Span and Danny. Is it me or is it just aces every other hand?
Unbelievable.
This feature table?
I have
It's
never known anything
absolutely
like it.
Insane.
Not even just the final table, it's all day. It's been crazy.
I remember saying earlier on, about maybe it must have been 2 hours ago now, maybe 3 hours ago, it feels like we saw aces for the first time. Ever since then, it feels like we've seen aces every other hand.
Span says, I just flick it on and Stato's flopping the world. There's a shock. But really, really good luck this weekend. Enjoy it. Keep that smile on your face. It's going to be a bit painful doing a 10k, but we'll all be rooting for you. Let us know when you've got through it and come into the chat in the afternoon if at all possible. Well done, boys. Queen high flop, queen 5-8.
you have a beret on?
Yeah, I think it was just an issue with the card reader gully, to be honest. I don't recall seeing the king 2 off get to the flop, but I think it was an issue with the card reader.
What's that?
The graphic showed for a while the king 2 off had defended the big blind, and I don't think that's accurate. But I think it was just one of those where everything was catching up. And if I'm wrong, and it did happen, then agree, ambitious. Alex,
how are we doing, Riz?
Hope you're doing well. In the YouTube chat on Dale's rail.
Yep. If we don't see you in Leeds, when do we see you next, Riz?
Dale going 275 on the river here.
King 10 for Rich. Second pair.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets paid, Tower. I've just got a feeling that Rich is a non-believer here. Time bank's in. Dale raises pre-flop from under the gun from EP. Check calls the flop. Check, check. And now we want to just bomb river. That this line is pretty polar. Feeling Rich might pay. Does pay off.
It does pay him off. And the aces yet again. Thomas is looking down saying, well, it's not me with the aces. What happened to Jun Schwan? He blinded out basically.
Yeah,
got down to a all-in with a small blind of 15k. And Thomas Black took him out. He folded his big blind and the ante. And then had 15,000 left. The small blind was 15,000. He was all in. Thomas Black took him out with 8-9. And that was the bubble. And we're now down to 6.
And he's as bad as me. I think we're about this
Get some additional value in the comp spots here because you've got a third commentator in the background, but also enjoying his main event antics. Main event day 1A going on in the club behind the booth. We've got the high roller day 2 obviously on the feature, and then we've got cash out satellites starting in less than an hour. 10 seats guaranteed to the main event in tonight's cash out satty in the club.
Wilco's turned up. Sounds like a working man's club. 6 players left in the high roller. Average stack a healthy 32 big blinds.
So 11 minutes past 6 in the evening, and just as we're pitching another hand out here with the final 6 in the high roller, there is an awful lot going on around the estate over the course of the weekend. We'll run through some highlights in between the hands coming up over the next level or so. Marta 6 is here under the gun. Time bank in. Folds the 6s under. What was the stack? Well, I mean, Stato just straight here with the 10s. Not sure what Marta was playing there. What depth we're at. Where the other relative stacks are. Dale's got ace jack on the button. Looks like 3-bet incoming.
Are we off to the races?
I think so, Tower. Once we make it 160, I don't think we're folding to 440 when Stato goes for this now. She had 300k according to the graphic. Well, just than that.
You should, haven't you?
Yeah, no, I just thought 300k, 6s, 10 bigs, 6-handed. Can see that going in more often than not, but just wasn't feeling it. Eyebrows raised from Marta. She sees the 10s and the ace jack in the middle.
Good fold.
Yeah.
Just new.
So we're going to see 5. We'll start with 3. It's Stato against Dale.
That's good for the redraws. So fading aces and jacks at the minute.
7 of spades on the turn, so dodging aces and jacks. So 6 of them in the deck. One time to try and find one as Dale. Diamonds. Here we go then.
Stato over a million.
Here we go.
Stato over a million. The PGA Championship golf just got interrupted by a snapping turtle.
It's the apocalypse.
On which hole?
Yeah.
And how big was it?
That's.
And who was getting snapped at?
Yeah, you and me both, Gully.
Yeah.
Right, let's see what you got. You got yourself a mistake. Ah, has he caught?
Guy over hit the green at the snapping turtle, just sat right there, wouldn't go near it.
I got collapsed.
So Thomas with the King 7, having the moves. 31,570 up top.
We're doing that again, shit. See, we lived it with us. We knew, didn't we? We fucking out. We had you, we read you like a book. I ain't as good as him, I'm Oh, okay, even better, that's even better.
Thomas with the sevens.
Yeah, another pair for Thomas.
Fair distribution of cards during the day. Oh, here we go. Marta with ace, queen for 7.
Get ready to flip it off again.
All of it.
Tom.
Tom just snapped
One
goals.
chip. In we go.
Ace queen for Marta. 7s for Thomas Clack. Turns round to Adrian and says, I'm all in.
Well, as per C5, we'll start with 3. Thomas ahead, but that is a pretty
some
reasonable flop.
Without hitting.
Yeah, all the outs extend across the top of the screen. 12 of them, diamonds, aces and queens, all working.
8 of hearts.
8 of hearts on the turn.
Same again.
Yeah.
Diamonds, aces or queens on the river. It's a diamond and an ace.
Overkill.
Full double up to $500,000 and 18 big blinds. Still on 6. There we go.
Well, Tom takes a small hit from around 2 milli down to 1.7. Marta with a crucial double to over $500,000. And we go on 6-handed.
We do indeed.
Maybe ace queen is the hand. Who knows? Stado with the yawn and stretch, 21 seconds left on this level till we climb the blinds ladder yet again. Oh, look at this. What is going on?
Lines up.
Just get himself a bit of TV time as well. Bit of TV time. Yeah, it's remarkable consistency.
Starting at 7 PM, we have our 10-seat guaranteed satellite into the main event with our taking entries upstairs in the ballroom. £110 to buy in, with your £1,000 seat into the main event, start with 10,000 chips, get 100k, and win your entry. Once again, entries are now being taken upstairs in the ballroom.
Get yourselves in.
Yeah, so I think blind to this hand is still 15.30. Marta opened the button playing 18. Stato 3-bet, effectively all in from the small blind with the ace deuce of diamonds. Back over to Marta now, just whether we want to call off here.
I don't have any more money.
This looks like we're going to be folding.
Whoa.
Sides not to. Sides, we're going to call it off and we're going to go 60-40.
We are going
for the lot.
Here we go.
So, Marta.
Oh, she thought she So she turned the cards over thinking that Stato was all in. So whether she just made the call or not, I'm not too sure. So,
yeah, not
and
sure.
to be fair, he has a fair chunk behind him. It's not as if he's left one chip. He has left 500,000 behind the line.
So I think the dealer explaining that because that column of whites went over first. Yeah, it seems like a sensible decision.
So it's ended up as all in the cup.
Yeah.
I think she's, yeah, what was the raise to 450?
Yeah.
And Marta's moved all in for 540.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's accepted the all in.
Yeah, I agree, but we are going to be here, Marta 40%.
Yeah, I think King Queen's a fold as well, but we are live.
He just wants to take it.
60-40. Here we go.
Ace, high, flop.
We need a jack.
Yeah, so 6 outs. 6 immediate outs reduces to 4. 4 jacks in the deck for Marta.
We need a jack to survive, or Marta is out in 60.
7 halves on the turn, no help. Oh, my word.
There it is.
Oh, my word.
Wow. Survived on the river again. And now moves up to 3rd in chips.
Oh, that's a
Saved
tough one.
on the river, 2 all-ins on the trot. Wowzers.
So, back to back beats Tom first for a double and then Stato for a double. Marta on a terror.
2 hands on the trot.
Look, we know Stato's been around live poker for an age. Will have been in these situations before. We had similar dynamic earlier in the day where we had the time bank situation with Thomas and that. Just how the dynamic of the table responds to that sort of little bit of confusion before the hand there. It's a frustrating one for Stato in that manner. Obviously frustrating when a jack bangs off on the river like that, but just about the whole pre-flop action there. I don't think there's anything to be avoided. It seems like a logical conclusion based on the action that everyone was presented with, but it's going to sting a bit. Let's just leave it at that. I think it's probably the best way to put it. Thomas back on the bike with pocket 9s. Going to get a raise and take through. Pushing back up towards that 2 milli mark.
Training? Have to head off in a few for training? What are we training for? You're in the Shetland Islands. What on earth are you training for up there? How to keep warm? See you tomorrow, Apocalypse.
Yeah,
We'll
cheers, Apocalypse.
see you over the weekend.
I'm sure I'll see you in the chat box at some point, buddy. Look after yourself.
Maybe it's training how to keep seals out of the back garden.
Just one seal arrives at the back gate every day, ready for a sparring session with Apocalypse.
Exactly. Started working as assistant coach for the local hockey team. Fantastic.
Oh, yeah,
well
fair
done.
play.
Good effort. Well done, you.
Wow, here we go again. What? It's just premium after premium.
It's ridiculous. Every time we look down, there's aces, kings and queens and eights and sevens out. Martazan should not have been dead because she turned it over, because she said, I'm all in. And she thought it didn't cover what Stato style was. You never kill a hand if you don't have to. Ever. Never kill a hand.
Yeah, so Marta raised here to 80k, standard open with the ace queen. Stefan all in for 135. Hale calls the 135. Back round to Marta. And obviously working out whether
do we go three-way or do we ISO?
I think we almost always go for the ISO here at Tower. Does decide to go for the call.
Just makes the call, so we're going three-way. Yep. Stefan has a chance to treble.
Stefan has a chance to treble, but between these two, they have a two-man versus one-man advantage. Two-player versus one-player advantage to try and eliminate an opponent from the tournament and secure the additional ladder. So plenty of sub-dynamics at play here. Stefan, obviously, with dominating equity at this stage in the hand, over half of it three ways. Well, 5-3 deuce is one of the flops that extends that equity advantage. Up to 65% now three ways. I expect this probably goes check-check between Dale and Marta a decent amount of the time. What do I know? 150 from Dale. Action back over to Martin. Difficult spot now. Going to play a tournament chip just to evaluate the options.
Interesting. We've got the back doors.
Yeah, we've got the ace of spades working with us as well.
Working. And obviously fours.
I guess
ace high against. Oh, she is making a call from Dale. So we have a side pot.
I'm not sure how this hand is going to play out.
So we have two pots. Kings are good for Stefan. We've got to remember this. And a big chance to treble. He's sat there thinking, this is great.
Yeah. Good point, Tower.
Look, would you be happy knowing that there's two people battling it while you're not even in the hand? This should go check-check.
Well, imagine having 80% three ways on a turn. Whilst all in.
And does. The river. It's a 7 for Dale.
My word!
Whoa,
what is going
Stefan
on?
has been ramming river cards.
What is going
today. On? River for Marta to survive. River for Marta to survive.
What
River
is
for
going
Dale
on?
to knock out Stefan. Wow.
7 of diamonds on the end for Dale. And this clip is getting loaded. That looks
What
like
a river.
350, something like that.
Snap fold from
Snap
Marta.
fold, 7s.
Kings, you can't
slammed on
believe
the
it.
table from Stefan.
Stefan. Oh,
Gutted.
well played, Stefan Lazar.
Yeah, walks
He's
off.
in the highlight reel after giving the tower a kiss on the cheek in an event earlier in the year, but not to be. Ouch.
Drills the poppy on the river, 7 of diamonds. In it comes. Stefan out the door.
We are down
His
to
first
5.
recorded cash in high rollers as well, so good achievement from Stefan, but grim on that. Grim.
We're down to 5.
Five players remaining in the high roller, as Tower points out. The graphic in the top right hand corner will update shortly. And then we are back. Third clock added to the screen behind the players. The cash out satties are about to start in club. You might have heard the announcement come out over the tannoy system just now.
I'll wait for someone else. This is the table I want to be on here. I'm going to wait. Tell you what, let's all just stand up and we'll just swap table deal. Every time they move the play from here to be
Spand asks if Marta ISO pre would Stefan have stayed in. If you mean, it might mean Dale Spand, to be fair, because I think Dale was the one with the 7s. So I mean, Stefan definitely not passing the kings, but assume you mean Dale, and I don't think so. Because what was Marta playing at the time? Millie, just north of. Seems a bit steep. Doesn't seem great. Cooling off with 7s there. Doesn't seem ideal. But if you're going to hit the 7 on the river, and we're going to just live in this results world, then I don't think Dale hangs around if the ISO comes in. But Marta had her reasons. Took the flop. Interesting on the flop, the 150k lead from the small. I think it was from the small, from Dale. It might have just been because Stefan was all in. Yes, sorry, Span, you're right. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, very good point. Very good point. If Marta does ISO, Stefan's still in. So not only did he get the punch of no ISO, he got the punch of the 7 on the river as well.
And they're the things you forget.
Yeah, 100%. Well pointed out. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, I don't think it's be bad to take that position there with the ace queen and just go 2 ways to try and get a player out in that spot. 2 hands going against 1. It's never going to be horrendous. I think it's just going to be on preference, and Marta decided to take the lower variance route with the ace queen. Not Harry says Stefan was missing his brother anyway. Not quite the same after the twin got eliminated, hey. Yeah, Cammy makes a good point as well. I think I was out the booth at that one, but I think you covered that one when Hamza busted. Dale calls the button for 5 blinds with ace-4 of diamonds. Tom folds a 9-6 and doubles instead of busting.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are a lot of situations that we don't.
Yeah, amazing.
Remember,
The absolute extortionate.
Always remember the bad beats and the all-in and calls. We never remember the folds that you make or people's folding.
One of the purest examples of the butterfly effect you'll ever find is in poker comps. Something happens, and then hands and hands and hands and hands and hours down the line, another consequence of the original decision comes into play. But That's why we love it. So 5 remain. Stallo into the muck from Garmin before 3. Dale not going to V-pick the King Deuce. Rich Jack 4 on the button into the bin. Tom in the small blind with Queen 9 and all the biscuits. Just going to make up the big blind. Decision for Marta. Substitute checker option with the 10-6, so heads up to the flop. Jack 8. Gut shot for Thomas and too much initially working for Marta. Thomas checks over to the big blind and she checks back. Just the 3 immediate outs of 6s, but they more than triple on a 3 of spades turn. Thomas happy to check over again. See Marta come for a bet here. See a few hands like Thomas's exact holding here that we can target to try and fold out, and these hands without a spade are going to face difficulty in certain spots. Thomas is going to make the call though with a gut shot. Figures Queen High can be the best hand some of the time as well.
Off to the river.
4 of clubs.
No. If this goes check decent bet, bet is the only way we can win the hand.
Yeah, agreed. Good river to
go like 210, 220.
Called it. Topping up a little bit more. That looks like 235. I think you nailed it there, Tao, with the sizing. A really difficult decision now for Thomas, I guess. I mean, is it really difficult decision? We got Queen High. Let's break this down realistically. Is Marta going to be here with worse than Queen High too often? Probably not, but really nicely played hand there for Marta.
Very nice indeed.
Semi bluff the turn. Well, yeah, bluff the turn. Bluff the river.
The heart is there. Evening, Sam and Tower. Evening, Jake. Jake Bryant Poker.
Yeah, Jakey, how you doing, buddy? I hope you're well. Hope the family are well. Jake was the High Roller champion in Portsmouth earlier this year. I will most likely be seeing you down in Portsmouth in June, I imagine, my friend, for the summer series.
Right.
And perhaps earlier. Are you playing the 100k link comp, Jake? What's the plan there? I don't know if you've had a go at all this week yet in the link comp.
Starts over with the 8s. And the big for 10. And this is all of it. And that should work.
Will work. Pick up
Indeed
the
it does.
Stato picks one up there. Just starting to feel the energy in the room get up a little bit here in Leeds. The cash out Satis are underway, or will be underway at 7 o'clock, should I say. Main event picking up a couple more entries. Excellent. Playing day 2 already through. How much you got, Jake? What you got for day 2? I think you come back to 5k, 10k, right? On the blinds for day 2. Let us know how much you got. Yeah, we'll be at Reading at the end of the month.
20 minutes to go until the end of the session. We're on 5.
$15 bigs. Get that working early doors, mate. You'll be fine. I think we looked earlier on the app. 4 flights to go, and about 40k to find for the guarantee. So I don't think there will be a problem with that at all. All the flights down in Pompey will be well attended. I'm hoping to be able to get down on Saturday and have a flick in, but it just depends how much we can get bottomed out. It's been a busy week. Been away Monday, Tuesday, up here for the poker.
Get away, you. Get everywhere, you. Always away. That's what I've heard. What are you looking at?
It's all right, mate. It's all right.
What are you looking at?
It's all right. I know where we stand. Thought we were friends after all this time.
Always wear this, love.
Do you prefer to reg on time or late reg for tourneys? I am a man for the reg on time.
Me
Richie,
too.
I'm a man for the reg on time. I completely understand that, you know, late regging can be really pussy in a lot of spots, but I've always loved being in comps from reg on time. Cheers, Jake. Good to hear from you. Oh, he can't keep away, can he?
Cheers, Jake. See you soon. Champion in Portsmouth.
Wow, 6 of hearts on the turn for Rich, just finding 2 pair. Take the lead in the hand. And decides to come for a lead here. Can't see Thomas folding just yet. Decides to make the call, and it'll be interesting to see what happens on the Brick River here. There aren't many of them. A fair few outs for Thomas.
Here's the hearts.
Yeah.
Here's the river.
And as this Ace of Hearts should really be Thomas's card, if we were going to bet, I'm saying we should go upsize on it, but I think Tom's just going to be pretty happy to. Well, are we going to be happy to show down here? How much 9x are we value betting on the turn? Jack X we value betting on the turn. Do we feel the need to turn this one into a bluff? Don't. really thinks it seems like just check back.
Yep.
It did feel like a bit of a resigned check back from Tom. Felt like he's going to feel relatively good about losing the minimum there, I would have thought.
And just nods. And into the break, 13 minutes until the break. Well, we got Jacks for Dale.
Yeah, Jacks for Dale, Rich, ace 8 in the small blind. Wow, going to go for it. Big pot incoming. Oh, Tom with ace queen in the big blind.
Wow, here we go, racing again.
Some of these formations are just a bit crazy.
Poor old Rich.
Oh, this is a tough one for Tom. Yeah, just gonna rebang it here, and now it's a tough one for Dale.
Whoa.
What on earth are we doing now? So how many blinds are we talking here? Rich is
15, 16,
16, and Tom's all in. Wow. It's basically the lot, isn't it? There go the time banks spread out. This is brutal, but I think
What
Dale.
on earth do we do with Jacks in this spot?
What's the adder? 3K?
I think the Jacks are just going to go in the bin after a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
I don't mind him taking a couple of minutes at all, because this is a tough spot. Oh, Thomas with the ace queen. Oh, what to do, what to do, what to do.
Yeah, I think Cammy, I think you're right. If we're just playing chip, then so be it. But it's just grim. On stream as well. One of those where, yeah, just drops them off. Desperate to see Tom's hand.
He can't wait. Well, oh, he's like,
queen
oh
and
my
ace
God,
eight.
what have I done?
I would imagine that Dale wants to see an ace or a queen here more than Tom does.
Yeah. I think you're right. Richard Hare all in with ace 8.
Had a great run, Rich, from a day 2 buy-in, but he's going to need some help if he's going to extend it.
Oh,
wow!
The Jack is there as well.
How about
Dale? Dale, don't be disheartened. I think it was the right move.
Oh well, it will be if a spade bangs off on the end here, Tower.
Oh, we need an 8 for Rich, by the way,
Yeah,
to survive.
Wow, red 9, so we are going to lose Rich.
But that would have been unbelievable
Fifth
for
place. Wow. Sick one, that. Sick one.
Wow. Rich Hare, £6,890. But Dale, if he makes the call,
Yeah, that's a rough one.
yeah, Dale would have taken him out and would have been enormous chip leader with 3 left.
It is tough though, isn't it, Tal? When you think about ICM implications here, it would have been really, really hard.
So now 9,560 locked.
Yeah, I agree, Camu. We've got three stacks shorter than us, haven't we? At that point, it's we're basically flipping for 7k in equity. I do think it's a good fold.
ICM says fold, board says call. Bang tough spot, you're not wrong. Proper bang tough spot. Stretch of the legs in 7 minutes with 4 players left.
And then there were 4. Graphic in the top right hand corner. Updated representing. We are down to just over 5% of the field now. Top 4, 4th place going to be good for £9,550, but 31k for first. And Marta, blind versus blind, is going to set Stato in here. Stato with Jack 9 of hearts. He fancies it.
All into goal with the 1 gappers. Whoosh. In they
go for it. Here we go then.
In they go. Jack 9
we are
for
flipping
Stato.
Jack 9 of hearts against ace 6 for Marta.
Marta finds an ace in the small. This is huge. We could be down to 3. Needing jacks and 9s. Andrew Hume, Stato, to survive. Running hearts. That's not it. A jack or a 9 needed, or we're down to 3. We are down to 3.
Just like that.
Andrew Hume, Stato, busting out in 4th for £9,560. Another good day at the office for Stato. Well played, sir. Less than 5 minutes till the break.
And I don't think I'm right in saying that when we got to the final table, Mark was second bottom in chips.
Yep.
So to have climbed the ladder,
rivered to survive twice.
Yeah, but I mean, fair play. She's been at it. She's been getting after it. So 3 left in the high roller. Thomas Clack, Marta, and Dale. Who's your winner from here, guys? That's the question. Who is your winner from here? Aaron's winner is Dale.
It won't be this session unless it's aces, kings and queens on an ace, king, queen flop.
Queens are fun of fun.
As Dale was a Walsall regular, it has to be Dale for me. Yeah, he's done very well in the last 12 months, hasn't he? As Dale Wilson, 40 bigs. Marta Giseras, 40 bigs. Thomas Light, 66 bigs. This is going to be a battle. Jack Queen for Marta, ace 9-3 is the flop. And we're going to get one more hand in. Last 20 seconds of the flight, of the session. One more hand. And then a 15-minute break. Blinds in. 15-minute break on its way. The last hand of the session, 15-minute break. 3 left.
I think there's going to be some chipping up going on as well.
Yep.
It'll be difficult for
Indeed.
Thomas to keep navigating around that absolute wall in front of him. But on this occasion, on the button, going to raise it up. With the ace-3 of clubs, Dale going to call the big blind with the 8-6 of hearts. Marta going to take her break option now. And a lovely flop for
Check.
Thomas.
And that'll do it. End the session. We will see you back in about 14 minutes time. 3 left in the high roller. Come back and join us.
See you then.
We are chatting to Ewan McNicholas. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good, thank you, Tara.
Great to have you on the circuit.
Yeah.
How did you actually get into the game?
So I first started playing poker when I was at university. One of my flatmates was playing, and then I went to the UKSPC, run by Krosner, actually. It was one of my first introductions to poker.
Yeah.
And I met one of my best friends, Chris Maguire, there.
Yeah.
We played a tournament together, and we ended up chopping it. And I was kind of hooked from there. That was it. I was...
The UKSBC had got some great names,
Yeah.
and obviously you guys. Do you still keep in touch with these kind of people?
Yeah, I mean, some of my best friends are people I met in the UKSBC. Chris Maguire, Jack Oliver, Tim Joyner, these people I talk to every day still.
Yeah. Before lockdown, you'd only got like 2 cashes.
Yeah, well,
on the mob.
I was playing very recreationally before lockdown, kind of at university, the odd student game here and there, but never really took it too seriously.
Yeah. Did it help, the lockdown?
Yeah, massively. So at the start of lockdown, I lost the job I was doing because it just got shut down. I was working as an outdoor activity instructor.
Yeah.
So that industry was just wiped out, obviously.
Yeah.
And I started playing online during lockdown, and then kind of just all snowballed from there.
Yeah. 2021, obviously. Biggest score ever.
Yeah.
At the minute, 165,000 GUKPT.
Yeah, it was a good one.
Can you remember it all?
Patches of it, yeah. It all went past in a blur. I kind of just, for 3 days, ran as hot as the sun.
First time I've seen some excitement from the players. They're on their feet.
Ewan, ace 5 to das, ace jack.
One time.
29% equity to be champion. 29% to be champion. 71%. We double up. Flop time.
Oh.
Oi, oi.
Oh.
Never easy.
Any
10,
4 balls?
3 deuce.
He's in better shape now than he was before.
4 out of 5 needed. We need to fade a 4 out of 5 to double. A 4 out of 5, there'll be a cheer. Oh my word, the crowd went wild.
So it felt good doing that. Yeah.
That helps.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Was that your first main event or the first series, first season?
Both. It was the first ever GUKPT series I played, and so that was the first bullet of the main event I ever played. Yeah, it was straight in.
Yeah. Can you remember much about the final table?
I remember a few hands where, I remember getting it in with a pair and a flush draw on the turn against a set, and making a flush on the river, and getting it in something like ace 5 off versus jack, so jack hardcastle and winning. And kind of those 2 hands were the ones that kind of stick in my mind of
Probably not reminded of it too much by Jack, you know.
I think I can directly quote him saying, "I think I started your career." I think he said that. Yeah, kicked off your career or something. The sort of thing you would say.
Yeah. Obviously Vegas 2021 as well. Going out there.
Yeah.
Was that the first year you could go out, or was it just the first year that you wanted to go out?
So, what year are we in now? Vegas 2021.
How old are you, by the way?
25.
Okay, right. Okay.
Yeah. So it was the first year after lockdown.
Yeah.
First time I went out was because my friend Jack Oliver was going deep in the main, and I had a small piece of him.
Yeah.
And I was playing chasing the National League that year.
Yeah.
Right. So I was doing all these tournaments, and I was actually in a tournament in 25-25 at the end of the year in Bolton, and a few of us who were friends with Jack and all had a small piece were texting each other oh my god, there's 100 odd people left. We actually need to book a flight and get out there, because if he makes the final turn, we have to be there.
I was going to say, when you're scrolling through all the updates, day 7, day 8, day 9, you're like, this is real, this isn't it? So
my first Vegas trip was kind of booked while playing 25-25, and I remember getting an Uber from the 25-25 by my parents' house to pick up a bag of clothes and my passport to the airport. I remember the Uber cost me £450. Yeah. And then we got...
Obviously what Jack's done, you've got a piece of him. The Uber didn't really matter, but that was literally your first trip to Vegas.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. It was amazing. It was a good first time, yeah.
Doesn't get much better as an experience. Obviously flying out to Vegas, we know Jack did what he did, and the scenes on the rail.
Yeah.
You all got showered in champagne or whatever it was, Corona or whatever it was.
I think it was a beer rather than a glass of champagne, but yeah.
The experience with Jack, and obviously the railing him on the FG.
Amazing.
That would be. You've had a couple of final tables as well.
Yeah, not quite WSOP final tables, but a few final tables here and there, and
we could do with you and Nicholas on that. I'd be
Yeah,
there.
that'd be fun.
We'd all be there in Vegas. That is for sure. But no, your first time in Vegas, that's just unbelievable. Just knowing that your first trip.
I know, and I spent quite a lot of time out in Vegas now, mainly playing cash, but I'm going in 2 days' time actually for the summer for 7 weeks. So
sweet.
Can play tournaments all summer, which will be fun.
Very nice. You had a change. You had the Ewan McNicholas. You had the Ewan McNicholas look, and everybody in the card room knew when Ewan McNicholas walked through the long locks, the flowing locks, the ponytail, the swish of the hair. What made you change, man?
I don't know really.
Not saying it's a bad thing.
I had the hair kept growing through lockdown, and then kind of just kept it throughout. But it's a lot of effort having hair that long. You kind of gotta make sure
it's a uni look,
brush
and
it.
you obviously getting out of the uni look.
Yeah, but no, all gone now. It's been gone for a while, but no real reason, just kind of lots of small reasons.
Yeah. So we burst on the scene in 2021. 2022, what was that like?
Oof.
You had a couple of tables, couple of final tables of a bracelet event, but nothing as big as obviously the main event.
Yeah.
What was the experience like?
So I never final tabled a bracelet event.
No, all right. Okay.
I final tabled a load of GUKPT stuff, which was good. But I took it a little bit easier in 2022.
Yeah.
After chasing the National League for the whole of the year before, it was.
But you do play a lot online, don't you?
Yeah.
It's not like we know you from live.
Yeah.
But you do play a lot.
Yeah,
online.
no, I kind of play everything. Bit of online cash, online tournaments, live cash, live tournaments. I kind of just love it all. I like to mix it up. I get kind of stale if you do the same thing over and over. But yeah, 2021 was a fun year. Just travelled around the GUKPT circuit a bit, did summer in Vegas.
But in 2022 we did final table at GUKPT.
Yeah.
Blackpool.
Yes.
Was that the one that got away?
Yeah, that was.
If anybody runs bad at the wrong time, was that the one?
Yeah, that was a fun one. I kind of felt like a slight lost opportunity. I remember I made a hero call and lost to a bluff for a big pot, and then stone next hand lost a flip, and I was out.
Yeah.
And it's the amazing classic race 400 at the GUKPT Blackpool final. Unbelievable.
You needs help. Can find a queen now as well. Picked up 2 additional. 6 of spades, no help on the turn. So Ewan down to ace, king or queen.
An ace, a king or a queen, and it's not, it's paint, but it's a jack. Which means we lose Ewan McNicholas, eliminated in 4 for £37,840. The race of all races, as it happens. Well done, Ewan. He'll be a little bit upset that he's not closed it out. You know, he had the chip lead for a while, and just one of them. You win that race, and it's obviously the other way around.
Yeah, the ace jack.
But Maxime, who chopped the mini 300, is now 300 for the main.
So I kind of went from thinking I was going to win it 4-handed to out in 2 hands, but it's what it is. You can't win every tournament.
No, that is true, and obviously we've had the win, we've had the big win. But I thought when we were watching, we just thought
We just thought that that was just a getaway. We thought you and me, because this was your time. That's what we thought.
I thought so too.
Yeah. 20 last year. Obviously, last year we get to Vegas. 16 times you cashed.
Oh yeah, it was
16. Is that a good thing to cash on a regular basis?
It's better to cash than not to cash. But
does it feel bad that they're not all bigger cashes?
Yeah, so I mean, I had a lot of caches, but I pretty much only had min caches throughout the series. I think I had like an 11th in an online bracelet, and then a 20th or something in a turbo event, turbo bracelet. But just lots of min caches. So I just played a lot. I had a bad summer. But
a bad summer and 16 caches.
Yeah, well,
good job we had 16
money,
caches if you were a bad summer.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse.
Your final table, when we get over here, your final table, 3 high rollers.
Yeah.
And the high rollers we watched a lot of, they always seem to be tough fields.
Yeah.
But you do regularly well in the high rollers. What is it about the high rollers?
If you play a lot of them, eventually you'll find the tables have. Yeah, I mean, all these things, that the GUKPT high roller, it's just kind of, a lot of it's kind of the same group of people that play a lot of them, and just everyone's really tough. There's obviously a lot of pros that play them, but even the guys that aren't playing professionally, they're really good.
Yeah.
There's not that much difference between them. They play really good, play really solid.
Yeah.
And they're good structures. They get quite quick as well. So you just got to win some all-ins.
Yeah.
They're a lot of fun. I really enjoy them.
Yeah. Obviously, the optimum is the day 2 binds, and we see a lot of late legs. Max late reg seems to be a big thing.
Yeah.
Is it something you could put out there and say this is actually a good thing to do if you can do it?
Yeah. The max day regs are great fun. You kind of come in, spin it up or don't spin it up. You just got to be prepared to lose an all-in and you're home. Not much playing it sometimes.
No, absolutely not.
No, it can be a great opportunity.
If we are not playing live and you're playing online, do you have a structure to what you're going to be playing? Do you look at the games online?
So let's do it again. They wanted to come back a minute early, so they did.
And so they did.
So the clock will reset when we get back to the desk.
Yeah, and just like that, 58 became 3.
Yep.
And it is Tom Clack.
There we go. Thomas Clack, 60 bigs, 3 million.
Marta, Mercedes, and Dale Wilson.
So who's it going to be? Out of these 3.
Who is it going to be? That is the question, and we are about to get the answer. So Thomas in a small blind, Jack 3. We've got a new black chip in play, valued 100,000.
Whoop whoop. We love them.
Tom has a column of them already. So much for his chip dominance before the break. Well, Marta here with pocket 4s. The old pocket 4s. Find all in from the big blind like this. Tom going to be out of there. Evening Man of Straw, who won the mini? Rob Duras won the mini, beat Danny Myers heads up. Yeah, Marta came into the final 9 well, definitely the final 8 when Junjin busted. Second to last in chips and has managed to climb our way up to the top 3. Thomas Clack had the chip lead the whole way through. Dale was in the top 2 stacks for almost the entirety of the table as it's unfolded. All with very different journeys to get to 3-handed, but one of them is going to be the high roller champion. Thomas, King, Queen. Dale, Jack 7 in the big blind, going to check option after Tom completes.
No, it's definitely not Marta's. Oh, sorry. I'll just complete this hand and then I'll tell you about Marta. She's had a few cashes.
Ace, Jack 4 rainbow. Dale going to check over. Tom going to bet, and Dale definitely not folding to 1 bet here. Going to make the call. Nine of clubs turn. Dale checks over again. And one now as Thomas, whether we really want to try and get our opponent to be folding some of that weaker end of Jack X, or in recognition we just check back that there may be some Ace X in there that we're going to have a really hard time getting to fold on this run out. So probably see, it just depends if Dale wants to go for value here on the end, but I think we're more than likely just going to see this one go check check.
He decides to check, does Thomas, and gives it up as Dale shows the Jack. Yeah, Marta cashed twice last year in Luton at GUKPT and also cashed twice this year in Luton at the GUKPT. And
she came 5th in the high roller in the GUKPT Luton.
Yes, she did.
And then 6th in the cup as well.
Yeah.
So
and partner Adria has won one.
Yeah. Yeah. So not only
the resigning Cardiff,
not her first cash, but it's not even the first cash for the GUKPT in the month.
Yeah, the resigning Cardiff, and they enjoy the game and travel around. They are both Spanish. And both play very well. Yeah, it's great to have a new face on the circuit, exactly. That's what it's all about.
Yeah. Dale making up the small blind here. Thomas in the big blind with 6-3. Dale going to come out for a bet here on 9-8-5. Expect Thomas with a gut shot to be at least taking a turn.
Jack of Diamonds turn.
Yeah, and I think one that Dale here we can find some double barrels on. He's going to find one here. Going to find 180, nicely found, and Thomas going to get out the way.
13,880 now locked at 31,000 and change and the trophy.
Mr. Go.
We will start the giveaways tomorrow.
Yeah, tune in over the weekend. Tower and Jay will be here from tomorrow all the way through to the completion of the main event on Sunday. And to tune in and see what they've got in that department for you over the weekend. I imagine there'll be some kind of free roll on Sunday, live stream free roll on Sunday, more than likely. So make sure you tune in to get the password for that.
The message has been sent.
I like this new universe.
So 3 left in the Leeds high roller. Seat draw for Cash Out Satellite is on the screen to the left there. I'm sure that will be replaced with the tournament clocks before long. Is Mad Turk playing? No, I think he was in Cyprus.
He was.
Yeah, so
For
I
nearly
imagine
all of it.
Yeah, I imagine he'll probably be around tomorrow for day 1B of the main event, Mr. Go. But didn't play the high roller this time round. So Thomas going to raise the button, 7-6 of clubs. Dale going to call the big blind with 10-8. Marta largely leaving these two to it for the early exchanges, 3-handed. King, King 4. When Jamie checks here, expect Thomas to have pretty high c-bet frequency. Paired board, exact hand 7 high, nice combination to get after it. And with just 10 high, hands 2 dropping into the muck. $56 plays 33, plays 27. Still plenty of blinds in play.
It's the only thing I have.
When he was sitting down, and he said, "Do I have to sit down?" That's what he said. You don't have to, because you've just entered the tournament, surely. No, you haven't come from the table. And so he went, "Okay then." So you listen to us, and walked off. So it's not him, he was going to sit down.
Well, this could get a bit spicy. Button versus small blind. Marta.
Yeah, Marta with ace jack suited.
25 effective. Wow, Dale just goes for it. And decision point back on Marta with ace jack of clubs.
For 25.
This is close, I think.
For 25 BBs. Ace jack suited. Definitely worth a couple of time banks, this one.
Yeah, gonna have to weigh this one up. But this is close. Second be third in chips.
Definitely worth a time bank or two. This is a huge decision for 25. Ace Jack, Ace Queen suited. I think I'm already in.
Yeah, I agree. It's how Ace Queen suited we're in. It's
Ace Jack suited. Is Dale doing it with Ace 10, Ace 9? Probably not. Could do with suited connectors like King Queen.
It just feels like we're going to be up against exactly what we're up against here a lot. You know, do we want to flip off now? Top end of premiums, probably going to find 3-bet not all in. It kind of feels like sixes might be bottom of where Dale's at with this 3-bet jam, but Marta, big decision point here, makes the call. Here we go then. Three-handed.
Flipping. Slight equity favourite is the Ace Jack of clubs. Here we go.
Just letting the rail know the situation, but if there is no Ace Jack or immediate otherwise help for Marta, we could be heads up in the high roller.
Taps the table. Good luck. Ace Jack. Well, we've got running cards. 10 of clubs would be gin.
Yeah, no immediate help on the flop though, so we're going to need some kind of turn card to really offer us some bailout.
That's not it. It's an ace or a jack that's needed. Or we are heads up in Leeds. It's a 3. We are heads up in Leeds. Marta. Gisaras shakes the hands of both players. Gracious in defeat.
Yeah, GG Marta. Really, really well played over the course of the day, and enjoyed watching her play today. 3rd place.
What a good effort yet again. Marta and Adria turn up and have bossed a few final tables and played so well and run deep. But these two are not moving. We aren't even having a break. We're carrying straight on. This is what we like to see.
Straight
we just had a break.
Straight as you are.
Who needs another one?
No need for another break.
I love this. Tom Clack on the left. Dale Wilson on the right.
Who's going to get their name on the trophy?
Here we go. Straight into the action. So Thomas Clack on the left, Dale Wilson on the right.
Don't play with your balls. What type of massage? I know there's a good, 2 good genuine massages. The majority of them are dodgy.
King high flop, King 9-3. And don't forget these guys are 50 bigs D plus.
Yeah. Settle in, guys. This could be a long one.
Yep.
Well, I just look for a
Eight of diamonds on the river.
It's that time of the day! Go on, Phil.
Phil, the most passionate cash game announcer you will likely find in the country.
Tell you what, if that's for a 25p game, what's it like when it's a fiver? Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the 25p, 50p cash table.
In one.
Oh dear.
So Dale here, Queen 6. Just going to opt to implement calling on the button on this occasion. Thomas going to check back. The Jack 4.
King Flop, King 7-8.
Check, check. Ace of spades. Check, check here. And Tom's going to catch a 4 on the end, which is going to give him the check mark. So, as we mentioned earlier, it's been pretty good years for both, to be fair. Dale with mystery bounty win at the UK Poker Open earlier in the year for 16k. Consistent cashes the whole way through to May, recorded February, March, April, the whole way through. Thomas's year highlighted by an outstanding consistency of cashes, really. First in the high roller at the Grosvenor UK Poker Tour opening leg in Coventry for 55k. He had a third place in the Cup at the same event. In fact, that event just absolutely crushed that event. 70k in cashes in one event. Had a great festival in Newcastle, and then 7th in the high roller in Luton as well. So both players considered in form, fair to say.
Does Dan Laidlaw ever play anymore? Not very often. He started courting and got a different way of life and just plays online now. Saw him 6 months ago. I think he said he'd be back, but just enjoying life at the minute. Pretty sure we'll see him around the tables again at some point. Good talent, must admit. Good talent.
Queen 6 of diamonds. Thomas, Queen 4 offsuit. Heads up to the flop.
King out of flop, King 4-3.
Yeah, 2 diamonds as well, so middle pair for Thomas here and flush draw for Dale. Expect check, bet, call. Most likely formation here. So Thomas disagrees and just going to get straight into it with a raise. Don't see Dale going anywhere yet.
Off to the turn. After the check raise from Thomas, which is called from Dale.
Eight of hearts on the turn. I'm just going to continue for 200k. I think we'll probably see Dale make the call here. No real reason to do much else. I don't think you're going to be folding the flush draw. Not going to get much better to fold with a raise. King of clubs on the river. Thomas will feel pretty good about this one, I would have thought. King of clubs coming in, reducing King X combos. Doesn't seem like we're going to have too much 8x in there unless it's diamond 8x on the turn. Might be a little thin to go again here. But he disagrees and we're getting after it straight away. 425k. Difficult one now as Dale. Having diamonds here, not ideal. Obviously, the bluffs are pretty much going to be the missed diamonds that we've ended up here with ourselves. Just has to drop the Queen 6 of diamonds into the muck on this occasion. Nice hand, Mr. Black.
In the go, 25.50 are the blinds. 2 players left, 30-minute clock.
So an 11k heads up match, 31,500 for first, 20,500 for second. Been a great watch today, sorry mate.
It has been indeed.
Very good watch.
Really enjoyed today. I must admit, it has been a cracker. We have seen more premiums today than we do normally in a festival.
I reckon there was a good half an hour period where if you were to look at every other hand across a spectrum, I think aces and kings were involved in every hand.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Quite an interesting one, that.
Yeah. Bubbling earlier on was Jun Chuan Do. We don't see very often a guy blinding out.
Yeah.
But Jun Chuan was all in on the small blind of 15,000 when he had 15,000. And then the money started, Hamza Nazir was 8th, Mustafa Sajawal was 7th, Stefan Lazar was 6th, then Rich Hare, Stato, and then we'll just see Marta disappearing in 3rd.
calling the button here, ace deuce. Dale checking the big blind, the king 10. Six, 5, 3 rainbow. Dale checking over to Thomas. Checks back. Looks like a big face card.
You got an ace?
No, I think it's like a 10 or something actually. 9 of spades.
9 of spades.
Check, check. Oh, 4 of spades, so Thomas improves to a straight. I had the best hand already with ace high. I don't think we're going to be getting any value here. Going to bet 100k. Dale. Going to let this one go, wait for a better spot.
Indeed. 3.4 or 3.6 to 2.1. Still 40 bigs for Dale. Blinds at 50k. Time they'll be 60k. Good luck if you're off out to your local Grosvenor casino playing your local comps.
Yeah, we've seen around and about, lots of stuff going on. We'll check.
Yes.
Look and see what's
How
been
did
going on.
Satellite Night do on?
How did Satellite Night do? So we know there were 3 on, right? Glasgow, Newcastle, and Portsmouth. We saw Portsmouth earlier, 10 seats.
We did, yeah.
With a 6-seat guarantee. So congratulations to them. See how the rest of the satellites fared. So yesterday in Newcastle. In Newcastle, there was no guarantee, but there were 4 25-50 seats handed out, and 5th place got £175. So good effort there in Newcastle.
Nice one.
And in Scotland, two seats in Scotland as well. So there we go. Happy days. Glasgow, MC, getting a couple of seats in there. And if any of you are watching from your card room at the minute, let us know.
Yes.
Be good to give some shout outs to the local card rooms running comps. We can see Leeds is pretty full now in here actually.
Yeah, the satellites got some good numbers.
Have got good numbers, taking over the
just the
upper
one
gallery
cast,
here.
Yeah, just the one cast table running at the minute.
For now. Give Phil a chance. He'll drum up another one. He'll drum up another one. There we go, comps running at the Maybury in Edinburgh tonight.
Nice. In the Maybury.
That is a 888 UKPL satellite with 2 seats guaranteed. Well, that is a bit of value.
Go on then.
2 seats guaranteed in the Maybury in Edinburgh with a £920 overlay at the minute.
Okay.
So if you're north of the border,
who are these rocks playing? These are the final 2. Thomas Clyke and Dale Wilson. They're not rocks, they've just got a lot of big blinds between them.
as far as rocks go, these guys are the diamonds.
This is the structure of structures. It means you can play poker.
Playing high level heads up here for the best part of £11,000. we're not going to be slinging stacks about at this stage when we're deep enough not to have to. These guys are too good not to get involved with high variance at this stage. Helps when you've got kings as Dale, of course, but 116 blinds in play heads up, so it's always going to be a long one.
Sheffield got a 20k 2-day event this weekend.
To have.
Day one ace tonight, same as away, says Roy.
The Steel City comp in Sheffield over this weekend, 20k guarantee, £100 entry. Day one's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Day two, Sunday afternoon.
Roy's at the Forest of Pines, as we found out earlier, near Scunthorpe.
That he is. Did we find out if he was playing golf or just...
Nah, he's not, he's not playing golf, he's just away for the weekend.
Just away for the weekend.
Me in the bush is looking for balls, so that's what we're doing. Be online selling them 50p a ball. Anybody want balls? 50p?
Respect the hustle. Respect the hustle. Bit of a polish up, Roy. Good as gold. Tag him up nearly new.
Check goal from Thomas. 9.5 turn. After flopping top. And then check the turn for the 6 of spades. Dale gets there on the river. If this is a bit of a value bet, going to get called.
150. We could see some raising in here now, Tower. It might be a bit thin, but there could be some in here. Yeah, I think it's just a 400. Like this from Dale. Thomas, no spade blocker either, might be tempted to pay this off. Nice pass, Tom.
Nice pass, Tom. Oh, sorry, Roy. He has got a couple of rounds booked for his eldest 30th. Nice one, Roy. Enjoy the Forest of Pines. There's a lot of trees on that golf course, as you can guess.
Yeah. You're quite ironic to call it Forest of Pines if it's a barren dust bowl, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Forest Pines has a lot of of trees on it.
100%. Yeah, have a good time away, Roy. Enjoy that one. But yeah, as you rightly point out, Sheffield has got the Steel City link comp going on. Let's see how that's going, shall we?
Early doors, I'm guessing it's early doors.
Yeah, it must be. Well, day 1A. 20k guarantee, collected 16,960 already. 32 entries and 1 re-entry. Baraka, if we're going to call there, probably best to call without a spade, I imagine. I think it's difficult. Maybe better to call with a spade. It's hard. I mean, both have merits. If we're going to find bluffs there on the river, as Dale, I think they're going to be spade-containing combos. So for that reason, you want to unblock but you probably want to block because if you're going to be catching bluffs, it's an awkward one. I would probably say without. I just think it's a tidy pass all round. It's one of those run-outs where harder to find bluffs when it comes in back door, but or less obvious bluffs, shall we say. This is quite a spicy turn card here. Queen of clubs, Thomas making 3 of a kind. So Tom called Dale raised. Tom called the raise. Bet call on the flop, check, check. Dale here going for a bit of value, and I would say we're almost always going to see a raise now, depending on size. That looks chunky. Is that 2/3, 400k? Well, as Thomas here heads up, I'm blocking the ace, I'm blocking the king. Trips facing 2/3. I think this is going. Maybe just makes it a milli.
And then back round to Dale.
1.1. And this is a tough one. This is a tough one.
Tough spot for Dale with the ace,
Yeah,
but
does call it
makes
off.
the call to see the bad news and drops down to 9, 6, 5 and 20. Excuse me.
Yeah, King 10 or King Jack, good bluff hands. Agreed racket. As it was, just clear value, Queen 10. Don't really fault Dale for calling, but front door spades brick out, and we don't have a spade either. We chop with all other ace-X, which Tom is perfectly capable of trying to bet us off. But talk about getting back on the bike straight away. Jack 5-5 Dale with ace 5.
Tom reaching for chips.
They're coming in for a raise. This is music to Dale's ears.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Guessing just flat.
Yeah, absolutely. Just
Keeping
flat.
his customer.
Four spades on the turn. Barring a 6 that doesn't make a pair, this is a pretty good one for Tom. Just 8 high, and we'll be conscious that the SPR is creeping towards 1. If this goes bet call here, Dale will almost certainly be. The SPR of 1 looks like potential give up here.
Yes.
Might be wise. we can see it's wise from the cards, but he checks back Dale. Not on this occasion.
No. Carry on with the betting, and that will be in the hand. They'll get a few chips back and back with the 1.2 milli.
Yeah, and bear in mind this, obviously, when we get check raised on this Jack 5-5, we can certainly have some Jack X in there as Tom that we want to be making sure that we get the lot in against as Dale has played. Just going to return to about a 4-1 advantage for Thomas.
Nine six for Thomas.
So ace, 8, 5, all diamonds. Check, check on the flop. 4 pair and 5 on the turn. Check, check again. 9 on the river. So despite having a chunk of equity on that turn card, Thomas has found one of the cards in the deck that's going to give him the check mark here. And when presented with a third check from Dale, he feels pretty comfortable going for a little bit of value here. 80,000. And that is going to get paid off. So heads up, 80 blinds for Thomas, 17 for Dale. Big swing in the last couple of hands, all about that Queen 10 hand for Tom. Dale with Ace 7 in that one on the Ace King Queen, repeat Queen turn. Going to take quite the comeback from here for Dale, but certainly stranger things have happened. And King 9, 3, 2 clubs. Bottom pair for Dale here, 8 of clubs working for him as well. Checks over to Thomas, who checks it back. 4 pair in 9. Probably expect Dale to come in for a bet now. Try and serve a bit of protection, get a bit of value. From some Ace High, Queen High, any kind of Jack 10, Queen 10, Queen Jack holdings that are in there. $4.8 million plays, just shy of $1 million. What a day it's been. We are heads up in the high roller here in Leeds. For those of you just tuning in, started play today at 12 o'clock. 25 players back for day 2, 18 from day 1, 7 day 2 entries. Took a little while for us to get going. Probably an hour or so before we lost our first player of the day, but after that things started to get pretty busy pretty quickly. A bubble that felt like it was going on for a long time until we saw Chin Chow pretty much blind down in the small blind.
Ace King 7, 2 hearts. Good draw for Dale, continues. And out of the way does Thomas. Heads up, high roller in Leeds. How many's in the satellite, young man? Whoa! 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 64.
Yeah, that'll do it.
64. And we're only on level 3.
Anyone want a seat yet?
I don't think you can actually tell you on the app. I don't think in a cash out satellite.
Yeah.
I don't think it can actually tell you.
Got you.
So we will just have to wait. We're concentrating on the high roller till we crown a champ. Whoever and whenever that may be. 20 minutes to go until the blinds go up. With the blinds at 60,000.
How many in the main? Yeah, I think
not too many. Only a very small field today. We're going to need a huge effort tomorrow. Main event just 34 today. Don't forget 200,000 guarantee. 200,000 guarantee. But satellites running. We've had 30 seats in the satellites in the last 3 days. So it's going to need a big attendance tomorrow. So going to need a big effort to hit the 200,000 guarantee for sure here in Leeds. Hopefully it smashes it.
It's going to need the day of all days tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah. 30 seats guaranteed in the last 3 days, which is great for the local players. And also seasoned pros and seasoned GUKPT players that want to get in for a fraction.
Oh wow, 4 on the end for Dale.
Dale's going to get some chips back.
Yeah, I mean if we're looking at routes back in, this is one of them.
Dale got.
This could be in. If Thomas puts in a sizable bet, Dale could just come over the top and Thomas will have to call.
One day, Steve, will be you.
So if Thomas just goes like 400, no, all of it, and now snap call for Dale.
Wow.
It is just, we're just in.
Yeah.
There's the full double. We're back in the game.
Clean as you like, the full double for Dale. The cat is out the bag.
Back up to 2.1 with the blinds at 60 and nearly 40 beats.
Yeah, Dale's Ray will be pleased with that one. And all of a sudden, 4-1 deficit only becomes 2-1, and this feels like we could have game on again.
Two out of 58. 30-minute clock, blinds will be 16 minutes. $60 bigs, Thomas Clack, Dale Wilson just got that double up that he needs and back in it. Back up to 2 million. With the blinds at 60k, no running antes, heads up at the GUKPT and Grosvenor events. $8-4 for Dale, makes it up. Connected, no, sorry, suited. Flush draw for Thomas and bottom. Middle pair for Dale. Check call. King and Diamonds turn.
Just going to get rid of the 8-4 here on the turn. So, clicking over an hour of heads up now.
Loving it. Loving it, loving it, loving it. Loving it like that. Well played to Marta and Stato and all the finalists. Richard Hare, who had a great session this morning, didn't he?
Oh yeah,
really
cracking stuff. Just shows you can spin that day 2 buy-in.
Yep.
You can spin that day 2 buy-in. Stefan Lazar pretty unlucky to bust out in the manner that he did. We had Mustafa Sajawal, pretty unfortunate bust out for him in 7th place, but was super short around the FT, so we'll be pretty happy overall with his result, I would have thought. Hamza busted in 8th place. And the final one, Jinjan just missed the money. There was some characters throughout the day today, Tower, that is for sure.
Yes.
That is for sure.
8-5-4 flop checked. 4 on the turn.
Thomas with the King 6. Lines 30,000, 60,000. No ante, as we know. Heads up. King 10 for Dale.
Well, Ace 10, 6, 2 diamonds.
6, 2 diamonds.
Both catching a piece.
I'm just going to go back call. King would be nasty.
Oh, King would be interesting. There's a jack.
Hearts in the turn. Check, 8 of hearts in the river. Probably check on the river as well.
Yeah, a bit of showdown. So much for this 6.
No, Dale's going to go for some value. Third pair, top kicker.
210.
110 into 240, so 40%.
You have just under 3 minutes remaining on your break. Please start retaking your seats. That's all, main event players. Please start retaking your seats. Thank you.
They'll scoop it in the chips again. 31,570. And 20,560. And the title. High roller champion in Leeds.
Just the
Sounds
small
good.
mention of the title.
$2.5.
64 blinds, plays 32 blinds.
It
Pure
could
2
be
to 1.
a battle. Great watch all day. Thanks everybody in the chat. It's been superb yet again. If you're in your local casino, let us know. Get it on the telly. Ask them to put it on one of the monitors.
Yeah, we'll also watch Charlton against Wickham anyway.
Who? Charlton against Wickham? Why Combi are playing?
Why Combi?
You're Tom there. Weren't Charlton involved in one of the greatest playoff games ever against Sunderland years ago?
At Wembley.
We're at Wembley.
League
My
One,
mate
League
Clive
One, League One
Mendonca.
final.
My mate Clive Mendonca. Scored 4.
Did he?
Yeah. Signed from Rotherham United, it was Clive. Lived down the street from me. Good old Clive. And he played for Charlton and Sunderland as well.
Thomas going to raise it up here with Ace King over to Dale with the Jack 9. Going to make the call. King 9-5 rainbow. So probably going to see some chips in here as well in this one tower. Barring anything funny, Tom's just going to be foot to the floor here, I think.
Both catching a piece as well. Wales got to call once.
At least. Low cards below a 9 are troublesome here for Dale.
7 of diamonds.
Such as this one. See this one going back cool again. Sizing dependent, but something like 400 from Thomas, I'd imagine. Goes for 485, so right up there in the upper regions from Mr. Clack on this turn. Interesting one now as Dale
making the call.
Non-believer, and the pot is massive. 1.7 million in the pot. Dale with just 1.1 behind. Going into the river.
And it pairs
Board
the
pairing
5.
5. That is not a good one for Dale. And this looks to me like clean as day. Put him in from Thomas, and then it's just who we believe as Dale.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's done, and now we're going back into the tank.
Yeah.
We just rivered 2 pair, and the second best 2 pair that Thomas has him. And if he makes a call, we have a champion on the high roller. And the time banks are there. Tough decision. Huge pot. If we get a call, we have a champ in the form of Thomas Clack.
If we get a fold, we go on. Calls.
He's
He's
called.
called. Dale's
We've got
called.
a champion. Dale turns over the 9, and the champion is on the left-hand side. And yet again, it's it's Thomas Clack. Well played indeed.
Machine.
Fantastic effort.
Machine.
What a year he's having.
What a machine.
What a year.
I mean, hats off to Dale. Played really well today, but
Look at that mug. What's he doing? Get out of there, you.
Absolutely elite.
Only kidding.
Elite.
Great floor stuff. Look at that.
Thomas.
Simon's there on the ball. Well done. Oh, I'll tell you what, that was a great watch.
Very good.
Great
Very,
watch.
very good.
Oh, he's now kisses and cuddles and all sorts now. Look at that.
Look at that.
Good old Simon, getting rid of all the chairs. So we're going to have a chat.
Go on. You go have a chat, mate.
Go
You
and
go
have a chat.
You
Then.
go have a
Go
chat.
on then.
You go have a chat. We'll have a little rearrange while Tower gets out.
I'm off. Quick.
Right, he is off. Tower is off to try and get to the floor to have a chat with Mr. Clack. And Dale, what a final table that was. And overall, great coverage of the High Roller Day 2 today from the Cardiff Direct team. Thank you to everybody for sticking out in the chat. It was really enjoyable, the whole final table. We had a hard bubble on 9, get into the money, and then players started to bust out. Marta played her part as well, getting down to the final 3. Congratulations to her. And you can see he's just made it round now. Here he is with the mic. How can anyone ever resist that? Come here. I don't know. We'll find out. Anyway, here we go. Tower is going to speak to the voice.
Well done, buddy. We'll make it short and sweet.
Yeah.
What a final table. We loved watching that, every single minute of it. What's it like playing with these guys?
Yeah, it's tough, obviously. The High Roller's always going to have a tough field.
Yeah.
Good final table. Yeah. And had a bad seat draw. 2 big stacks to my left, but managed to navigate it. And then got to heads up with Tom. Played very well, heads up. Tough to play against.
The Open this year give you a lot of freeway to play a lot of poker, and you've started to travel around a bit. You get some decent results.
Yeah, guessing it's just experience playing with.
And that I was on the left of both of them, and so I was able to play a lot more hands that I wouldn't be able to otherwise. So that was huge for me, and that definitely helped in winning this.
Yeah. There are a couple of spots, obviously, with Marta in 3rd place as well. She's certainly playing with Adrian as well. Mm-hmm. These players are coming on. They're tough tables, these.
Yeah. I mean, there was a hand where I was thinking about calling her with Queen High because she's good, she's aggressive, right? You have to give people respect that they're good enough to find these bluffs, and she did, and she had 10 high. So it's a good field. It's fun to battle against.
Well, another trophy. Another trophy for yourself. You're just now starting. Everybody's Thomas Clack, great player. It's tough to play against. Do you get that sense that people are like sometimes finding a little bit intimidating?
I don't know. I just try and be as friendly as I can at the table. So maybe they're just giving me a smile with a sense of I don't know. But everyone's super friendly here. It's just a lot of fun to play. So.
You have certainly got the game, and you now have got another trophy. So we're just going to get Simon to hand over the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause please for the High Roller champion, Mr. Thomas Clack. These trophies are mounting up. It might have taken him a while to get a trophy, but now we're going to need a new shelf soon.
Yeah, I'm just going to have to get a shelf. I didn't have one before, so...
Fantastic. Well done, Thomas.
Well, thank you.
Sam, finish off.
And just like that, another day on the tour is going to be wrapped up here on the live stream. Tower's on his way back to the booth. He's going to be getting his jog on.
Did you see me sprinting then? Did you see that?
I don't
Did
think
you
I've
see me running?
ever seen you move so fast in my
I
life.
tell you, I've got a sweat on. Woohoo! Oh, that floor was bouncing. There's been tremors of 2.1 in Leeds Town Centre.
I bet, yeah. Tremors of 6.5 in the booth, I think, appropriate as well.
Well done, Mr. Turdy is. Look at him. Well done, Mr. Thomas Clyke. Well done, sir. Fantastic effort. Really, really, really enjoyed that. What a good day that was.
Cracker, wasn't it? Yeah,
25 down to a winner. And it was Thomas Clyke. But all great final table. Hats off yet again to Marta.
Yeah.
Because Marta and Adria have suddenly just turned up on the GUKPT circuit. Adria's had a win. Marta's now 2 or 3 final tables, and they're just playing fantastic.
Taking
really
it by
are.
storm, haven't they? Really have.
Really are playing well. But we have finished the high roller. As you know, tomorrow and Friday, Saturday and Sunday, it's all about the main event. We need over 200 runners in the main event, and today there's only been 35. It's £200,000 guarantee. We need to hit that to get everything. There's a satellite running there that'll get at least 10 seats. 30 seats guaranteed in the last 3 days. That's where the value has been. So hopefully everybody turns out to play the main event. There's a turbo flight tomorrow night. There's a cash out satellite at 7 o'clock as well. So plenty going on. Big thanks to this fella for the last couple of days. Jay normally has the Friday off, but swapped it around a little because Jay was on his way back, so he's refreshed for tomorrow. Jay will be back in the booth Friday, Saturday and Sunday. But big thanks to Sam. We will see him on the next leg in Reading.
Yeah, Reading. Yeah. Friday in Reading.
Friday in Reading, and then Portsmouth we've got as well, and then Edinburgh to boot. So big thanks to him, and big thanks to you as always. Had confirmation from online and Tom that there's going to be plenty to give away over the course of the next 3 days. Plenty of tokens to give away. Get yourself into the Vegas satellites and the likes of. But if you want to come and join in the fun here in Leeds, that is the schedule for the final 3 days, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, because we've got a big weekend coming up, and hopefully everybody turns up in force to make it a great GUKPT that Leeds deserves. It's been a great day. Another good champ, and yet again Thomas Clyke sat there. He is definitely going to need a trophy cabinet building somewhere, because he's getting them now on a regular
The
occurrence.
consistency is outrageous.
Absolutely.
Such good stuff.
Yeah. Enjoyed it?
Yeah, honestly, been a really good day. Really good day. Pleased with Dale got second.
Yeah.
Everyone who was part of it today. Thank you to everyone in the chat. As Howard said, on carrying us through. We do need you. We're going to need you again tomorrow.
Yes.
Jay's back tomorrow. Looking forward to that. I'm sure everyone's looking forward to that. Get Jay back in the booth. But yeah, no, cracking, and looking forward to catching up with everyone again in Reading.
Really, really enjoyed it. Thomas Clyke is champion of the high roller. We will see you tomorrow for day 1B of the main, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, concentrating on the main event. Tower and the team. Ta-ta.
Well done, Tom. Well played, mate.
Thank you.